Down in the dirt. Down in the dirt. Down in the dirt. Down in the dirt.
All right, we are live on today, which is a somber day for a lot of folks. The end of life of Magento, when it's officially over. Today is it. If you need support, today's the last day to get it. So I figured, why not? Well, actually, wasn't my idea. Telesh hit me up. Telesh said, hey man, we need to do a stream or something. Like, it's the last day. We need to do something to commemorate Magento 1. And I was like, that's a pretty good idea. So what I did was very little. I threw a stream up. I suckered Telesh into coming on and talking about Magento 1. And then I invited a bunch of people. Half of them said they couldn't do it on such short notice. And so we've got a fun, ill-prepared stream where we're just going to have a good time. That's all we're doing. We're going to bring folks in. We're going to have them tell their story. You know, we're going to talk about Magento 1. I'm not going to give you any useful information in this stream whatsoever. I'm not going to tell you how to, you know, deal with moving to Magento 2. I'm not going to tell you what you should be doing if you're going to stay on Magento 1. No, we're just having a party to celebrate what Magento 1 meant to all of us. So if you're looking for useful information, you're in the wrong place. I've got other videos about that. Go to magento.jamerson.com. Have a good time looking over all that M1 stuff, because we're not going to cover any of it whatsoever. I went to the liquor store this morning, and luckily they got in a nice batch. So I've got like 4 bottles to try here today, so we're going to swap the bottles out. We're going to be streaming for a long time. I'm going to go until we pass out, not from being drunk, from being exhausted, because that would be irresponsible. But while I'm pouring myself a little bit of this old Fitzgerald 9-year-old bottle in bond right here, listen to a word from our sponsors as always. Mage Mojo really helps us put on a live stream. I couldn't have afforded all of this fancy studio equipment without the support of Mage Mojo. The following broadcast is sponsored by Mage Mojo. And I want to take a minute and talk about Magento hosting, because Magento hosting is a lot like hauling stuff in my Tundra here. It's about having a tool that is sized properly for the job. This Tundra's great if I'm on the farm and I want to tow something like my old pickup truck here. But what if I wanted to tow something bigger, like say a space shuttle? Well, then this just isn't the right tool for the job. We know this because Toyota did it. This is a publicity stunt to show how awesome this truck is. And sure, it's pulling it, but look at how slow it is. Those people on foot are literally having to slow down to not pass this thing. And that's a lot like Magento in that you need a proper hosting environment. I've been doing Magento as long as Magento's been doing Magento, and in all of that time, I've never seen somebody who can build a site to overcome improper hosting. And with increasing customer demands, slow is just not acceptable. Mage Mojo understands the needs of Magento merchants because they focus only on Magento hosting, and they've built a reputation as a premier Magento hosting provider. They've built an incredible Magento cloud hosting platform so that their customers enjoy the speed, reliability, and scalability of cloud servers. And if you geek out about technical details, ask them about how they provide automatic horizontal scaling for free. With cloud hosting from Mage Mojo, there's no more worrying about flash sales or Cyber Monday traffic. If you operate a Magento store, then you need to check out Mage Mojo Hosting. The link is in the description of this live stream, or you can just go to magemojo.com. That's magemojo.com. Oh yeah, it smells good. This is good stuff right here. First time I've ever had Old Fitzgerald. But we've got Telesh on here as well. If you would, Telesh, for the 3 people that might be watching that don't know who you are, if you would, introduce yourself.
Hey TJ, how's it going? Well, my name's Telesh, and it's one of the most, it's a pretty unique name in the Magento ecosystem, so pretty hard to miss. I also stick out like a sore thumb. Like TJ, I've been doing Magento since Magento's been doing Magento. I really like that line, by the way. It's amazing. And yeah, I've started off as a Magento developer, and I've been focusing on securing Magento stores for the last 5-6 years or so. Currently, I work in a lot of Magento security and all sorts of advocacy for building stores in a better way, and education, that sort of stuff. Anything when it comes around to protecting e-commerce, protecting your customers' credit cards. That's what I do.
So you've got one of those you're one of those one name individuals like Madonna. You just say Talesh, and people know exactly who you're talking about, right? There's no clarification.
I do have a last name, but it's a little bit long and complicated. So
I'm sure Madonna
so,
has a last name too. I don't know what it is though. You don't need to know.
I'm
You just
pretty
say
sure it's
Talesh.
long and complicated too.
Probably. There's a reason they shorten those things.
Yeah.
So, guys, this is a chat as always. So post your thoughts in the comments. And, if you have anything in particular you want to talk about, let us know. Matthias in the chat there mentions that Matthias, beloved M1, rest in peace. So Magento 1 has... and a lot of people will say Magento 1's not dead, that there's these other forks that are keeping up support. I would argue that as soon as you install a patch from one of those forks, it's not Magento 1 anymore. It's Mage 1, it's whatever that fork is, it's no longer Magento 1. So with that in mind, I would say Magento 1 is officially dead. Like, I mean, you disagree with that?
I absolutely not. It's I mean, legally, no one could say anything else is called Magento 1, right? This is why, since day one, since we've been working with Magento, they've been very protective of that name, Magento. From what I understand, even the conferences that we meet and go to called Meet Magento, there was a lot of legal agreements around using the name Magento in Meet Magento. So, I mean, Magento 1's dead. That's it. That's the end of it. We could call it Open Mage, or we could call it, Mage 1. But the thing is, you're not going to be able to call yourself or call anything Magento ever again. And this is the end of the road for Magento 1.
And of course, I said we're going to provide no useful information whatsoever. And Karthik asked a useful question right off the bat here. Karthik, does payment gateways, are they going to support a customer if they decide to stay with Magento 1? I'll take this one. Yes and no. Like, they're not going to immediately drop you tomorrow, but your risk of exposure is increased. There's going to be more scrutiny. Long term, it's just not a great idea. If you choose one of these open source forks, again, technically you're not on Magento 1 in my mind, and you could probably make that argument. I wouldn't want to make that argument with someone that can just say yes or no and determine my fate. So,
Right.
Yes, you can make the argument. Doesn't mean you're going to win that argument. So it's not a risk I would take. But this is not a depressing funeral. This is a celebration
For sure.
of Magento 1's life. So when did you pick up? How did you find Magento 1? And again, well, I'm going to, for those that are watching, we're going to bring some more guests on. We're going to have Ben Marks on. We're going to have Kaylin Jordan on here in a little bit.
Sure.
But, I wanted to kind of talk with Talesh a little bit about how he got involved in the Magento community. So where did you find Magento? Like, what drew you to the platform?
Well, interesting stories. I was just a Flash/PHP developer back in 2006. I was just
Flash.
writing code. ActionScript, Flex.
Yeah.
And I will tell you what happened was in around 2007. I did a couple of e-commerce stores beforehand, just hand coded it, no frameworks whatsoever, and I was making my living being a Flash developer, just cranking out ActionScript. But then Steve Jobs dropped this thing called an iPhone, and he said there's going to be no Flash on it. And me having been part of the Mac ecosystem since around 2000, I kind of knew what was happening, and I knew it was the end of the road for me. So I had to refocus. And being a couple of years into my career at that point, I was like, you know what? I see how technology moves in waves now. So what's up and coming? And I had this tiny e-commerce job, and I'm like, okay, let's see this Magento beta thing. It looks well engineered. it looks better engineered than everything else out there. So I'm like, okay, let's run with this. I got fired from that job because I couldn't get the job done. It was too complicated.
Uh-oh. Looks like you're breaking up there. All right. Am I breaking up or is it just Talesh? Looks like the internet's still solid here. I'm going to check and see if, once the live stream updates to this point, whether I've still got, looks like my stream's solid there. Checking the monitor. If you guys can hear me fine in the chat, let me know. Looks like we're still streaming at 30 frames a second. Looks like I might have just lost Talesh. So, that was a good story. Hopefully that's not the end of the stream, but, internet connections as they are, who knows how that is going to play out. But it looks like the quality is still fine. So if you guys are still seeing it. You're back, Talesh? You there?
I am back. I think what I need to do is get off my Wi-Fi and hook up a cable connection to my laptop.
Okay. Well, get off your Wi-Fi and hook up. If you want to do that, you can, or if we can continue going, see how
No, we'll finish the story for now, and then
Yeah.
while you give how you got into Magento, I'll go run some cables around my home.
So you got fired from the job because Magento was too complicated and you couldn't finish the job.
I just didn't know what I was getting into, and I just couldn't get it done in time. And eventually they said, you know what, we don't want this. But I was already hooked, and I already saw the potential for the platform. So I built on that on my next job, and eventually, slowly, bit by bit, learned. I actually did spend about 3 to 4 months just crawling through the code and learning it. And then I knew I had made the right decision back then, because bigger and bigger companies started coming to me and saying, we made a decision to go with Magento, and we want someone to build it. And in case anyone doesn't know, I'm Canadian, and our economy is significantly smaller than the United States. And I was like one of 3 people in the entire country of Canada who was doing Magento. So, and what they say is, since then, it's just been history, right? So yeah. I could keep talking for hours. I mean, like,
we've got hours, man. Keep talking.
This is like a 12-year journey of my life. I mean, I don't think I have had like friendships that's lasted this long except my Magento people.
And I wonder how many people in the Magento community had Magento as their first e-commerce experience. Like for us, we were doing e-commerce for, 8 years before we found Magento, before Magento come along. We were doing e-commerce sites. So we went through, custom Perl carts and Miva Merchant back in the day, and, OS Commerce to CRE Loaded, which was just a variant of OS Commerce, and then found Magento. But I just wonder how many people, if you're in the chat and your first experience in e-commerce was with Magento, let me know. I'd love to know that. Because I think that's one of the things that bonds a lot of this community together is, whether it's your first experience or you've just been doing it for 10 or 12 years, we all have this, you jump in, it's too complicated, you can't figure it out, it's 2008, there's no documentation whatsoever, and you just you hack the core a little bit until you find out that's bad, and you just figure out how to get the site done. You Google as much as you could possibly Google. You try every solution somebody tells you because you have no idea how this thing actually works. And then, you get the site done. Sometimes you don't, and you get fired. Like whatever works for you.
And I mean, like, you have like a lot of people I've seen been posting on Twitter, who they learned from and who are the individuals in the community that really helped them get their career started with Magento 1. You see names like Alan Storm and Vinay Kopan, the Intune blog come up fairly often. So
yeah, absolutely.
And
Matt,
I think,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, Matt was saying that Flash makes for an interesting comparison to M1. While it's been Dead Man Walking, it took a long time for the community to wean themselves off.
Do you think that's going to happen to Magento 1? It's going to be, today's the end of Magento 1, but we're going to see Magento 1 sites just long tail off for decades.
Well, that's kind of how we saw, well, I mean, maybe not decades, but that's kind of how Flash was too, right? Like there's still Flash out there.
No, Flash is going to go away at the end of this year. Like Adobe's not pulling punches this year. Adobe's like, Magento 1, done. Flash, done. Like,
Well, it's expensive to support these legacy systems, right? So
right. But the thing is, like, okay, it's been what? It's been about 3 or 4 years where we've seen like pretty much everybody drop support for Flash. Now at the end of 2020, Adobe's gonna say we're actively encouraging you to uninstall Flash, and I think they had put something in their latest update where it's just gonna stop working at the end of this year. So I mean, that's a long time. How long do you think it's gonna be that people are still running Magento 1 stores or still trying to write code for Magento 1?
I mean, it's going to be a while because there are a lot of, the thing is I looked at about 750 Magento sites the other day, just kind of went through a list of them. And out of those 750, I thought maybe 200 of them were actually trying to do e-commerce. Like they were actually merchants serious about e-commerce. So that was roughly a third, 200, 250 out of that 750. Those people will move. They won't stick around. But how long will those small merchants or specialty merchants, there's a few, like we have one client that has decided to stay on M1. And it's really because what he wants is exactly what he has. So he's like, do I want to spend tens of thousands of dollars to move to M2 and have exactly what I have now? And his is a specialty case. It's like a specialty printing operation, so it's not typical e-commerce use case. So it's like, he's like, it's fine. We'll batten down the hatches. We'll secure it however we need to. But I don't, that's cheaper than spending tens of thousands of dollars. But I don't see anybody writing anything. I don't see them investing. Those people that stay, I don't see them investing in having any customizations made. So as far as writing code and working on the platform, like I just don't see much of that. There's always those crazy cases of people doing something unusual. But I think the actual, if you're trying to make a living on Magento 1, I think that'll dry up pretty quick. A year. Year and a half.
Yeah. I think that's what's going to happen also. It's just it's going to be a slow decline, but the thing is there are a bunch of people who are just happy with what they have. And it's going to be really difficult to convince to spend money to move off of it. So.
Well, I mean, it sucks. Like there was a merchant that was referred to us a month ago or so, and he likes what he has. He's happy with what he has. His customer experience is dialed in. Now, I'm talking to him. I see a bunch of holes. There's data automation and all sorts of things. His user experience has some flaws, but he's like, all of our customers are returning customers. They all know how the site works. They so I'm going to have to spend all this money and I'm going to improve nothing. And so that's just a hard conversation to have with the merchant. Yeah, okay, you need to spend $30,000 to $50,000 to have exactly what you have now, but to have it secure. And I hate that.
And I think that's one conversation a lot of people were afraid to mention has been coming up in the last couple of years. While we're all trying to figure out what we're going to do before we get to today, most people were just afraid to even talk about that. So I mean, I'm actually pretty glad that we're actually here today. I mean, I've made it pretty well known. I hate Prototype.js, and I'm glad to see it gone. I mean, if you're sticking around with Magento 1 or any one of its, variations going future, you have to deal with Prototype.js going on in the future. The last update to Prototype.js was in 2014.
Wow.
2012? I can't remember.
A while. It's been a minute.
I mean, and a lot, and I had sent something out, and James Zetlin, who's been heavily involved in the new PW Studio work that Magento is doing. He pointed out to me, I believe that I may be wrong, but he pointed out that a lot of the functionality that Prototype.js provided back in the day is now built into browsers. So, I mean, it's good to see that a lot of what we worked with in the past is now baked in.
Right.
But it also, kind of like it feels like a next level. We've stepped up, and this is what today's about. Just like looking back, I'm like, hey, you know what? things were kind of crazy.
Prototype
So,
was
yeah.
always a head scratcher. Like it's one of those where they made that decision and immediately everybody's like, "Why did we go this direction?" But
Yeah,
at
I
the
know.
time, it made sense, right? Like at the time, okay, all the information they had, maybe that made sense. But then a year,
Right.
2 years later, there are just better tools out there for that same job.
Right.
So, have you built a Magento 2 site? Like I know you're really on the security side. Have you, from the ground up, been involved in a Magento 2 build?
Wait, actually, yes, one, but there's NDAs around that. It involves your government.
Can't talk about
And
that too much.
yeah, and that was the end of a gigantic, like that was the last, I'd say, 2% of a $30 million project that various gigantic companies had with the U.S. government. So we were just like taking Magento 2 and just plugging in things that much more overpaid consultants put together for the government. Again, my experience in building Magento from ground up is limited, being a individual consultant. I've done a lot of maintenance on stores and bringing them up to speed and whatnot, but yeah, I haven't had that much experience. Sorry, where was your question going? I just like
No, I
got
was
lost
just
trying to
curious
figure
because
out-
we've got a lot of looking at the
Yeah.
chat. Looks like we have a lot of developers in the chat. I want to know those guys that have been around for Magento 1 and Magento 2. What are your thoughts? Like, there's a lot of people that are hating on Magento 2 because it's
Yeah.
gone more enterprise. Like, and I'm not even
Right.
talking about who it's selling to. I'm just talking about the skills required to build on the platform are more enterprise than Magento was. Magento 1 was when it came out. So I'm just curious, for those that are watching, let me know in the chat if if you like Magento 2 better now that you have some experience with it. But when you first made that switch, what were people's thoughts on moving from Magento 1's tech stack to what Magento 2 has? And the question really is going to get more complicated with PWA, just
Right.
because that's like a whole different thought process. Architecting out the site's completely different. Like it really becomes almost two projects at that point, the back end
It
and
is.
the front end. So that it's
Yeah.
just getting more. The days of somebody like yourself, young developer trying to figure it out, just stumbling upon the platform, installing it for some small merchant they're working for, and getting a site up and getting experience, and then progressing their career through to the enterprise. That's gone. Like those
That's
people
long
are
gone.
now throwing it up on Shopify, right? Like they're not
Yeah.
they're not going to throw it up on
That's-
Magento 2. So
That's
how does the
long gone.
community how does the community maintain though? Like if we don't
Yeah.
have fresh blood coming in, the only experience people will have with Magento 2 is getting a job at an agency or a large merchant that is supporting it. And then my concern is that those people, it's a job. It's not a passion like Magento
Right.
1 was for so many people.
I have a lot of thoughts about that.
We got time, man. We
Let's
got time.
let the chat catch up to your question.
All right.
I know
Well,
you
yeah,
did
we'll-
ask a couple questions.
we did ask a couple of questions. We'll go back and
Yeah.
kind of touch on what the chat is talking about here.
In the meantime, since this is like an e-commerce aholic stream, and it's
What you
10 a.m. in Vancouver, I've got some well at 10, but I'm gonna have to pour it into my tea because it's 10 a.m.
Okay. You gotta water it down. Don't let him lie to you. That whole glass is full of that bird sweat bourbon right there. So he just made it tea. He's gonna pour it in his tea. And by the way, this old Fitz right here is incredibly good. It's a hard
Yeah.
bottle to find, but that is really, 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 really good stuff.
Oh man, I've been trying to look for some of your recommendations of bourbon, but it's slim pickings.
Well, it's like this one. I had to go to the ABC store this morning, and I stood in line for an hour and a half. And when they opened, I was first in line, and I walked in.
Okay.
They had 6 bottles, and it was gone. There were 30
wow.
people in line by the time they opened. So by the time I
Wow.
bought this bottle, the person behind me, there were 3 registers. I bought. My wife may be watching, so I bought a few bottles. And you know, by the time I got this one bought, or the ones I bought, and I got up, the next guy walked up, they were sold out. Like, this was sold out. Half the stuff I bought was sold out in like 5 minutes. It's, you know, it's a game you've got to play. You got to be serious if you're gonna get the good stuff.
True. I did not play the game for this one. I just, you know, swing by and picked up some bourbon.
All right, get into the chat here. Navarre says Magento 1 was definitely his first e-com experience, only a few years after dropping out of college, about 6 years ago now. So you were coming in, Navarre, right about that M1, M2 transition. I'd love to know a little bit more about that. Like, if you came in and you're just learning M1 and then M2's there, did it take you a while to make that transition, or did you move immediately? Gareth says, I bet there'll be a couple of Magento 1 sites knocking about in 2030. Yeah, there'll be zombies nobody's dealing with, but they'll be there.
I mean, like, one of the big things about Magento 1 back in the day was, like, somebody threw up a site, they didn't have to pay anyone on a monthly basis except for the hosting. And then they just let it run and not think about it. And that was the advantage as far as they were concerned, right? And I think that those are still going to run. I mean, like, if those businesses have a decade's worth of legs in them, they'll just keep going. So
there's definitely going to be, you know, rudderless ships out there just, you know, floating amongst the waves. So,
I'm starting to get laggy again. I'm going to run some cables. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay, run some cables. I'm going to go through the chat here real quick. And Navarre mentions that Prototype.js is still in Magento 2 order create. I guess we'll have to wait until PWA Studio's there and they just drop the traditional theme altogether. And then from a development perspective, I've always liked Magento 2 more than Magento 1. From where I was at the time, Magento 1 seemed like a step back in development. Everything was magic. There was prototype instead of jQuery. These get cut off if they're too long. Yeah, you know, the development experience on Magento 2, it's more enterprise. The tooling was better there. Maybe but just because e-commerce development in general was more mature. I think maybe that's what it was. You know, the technology stack was a bit more mature because everything in general was more mature. But if you were coming in at the end of M1, I don't know. It's interesting that you would find M2 just a lot more pleasant off the bat. And, you know, especially if that's your first e-commerce experience, that's very interesting. Philip says Magento 2 is way better. All right. You know, I agree with you, but, you know, I definitely see the appeal of Magento 1. From an architecture, Scott, from an architecture perspective, like M1 more than M2, is that direct injection? Is that DI and plugins are great, but dev experience was horrible if you got started in 2 with a bug every time you turned around. Yeah, that's another interesting point. If you jumped into Magento 2.0, that could be very frustrating. That could be very frustrating. You know, there were a lot of problems with 2.0, 2.1. It was really, 2.3 when things started really smoothing out and getting a lot better. So those early executions of Magento 2 definitely could frustrate. And honestly, that might be some of the pushback we see now and some of the love for Magento 1. Folks that, you know, dipped their toes in early and got burned a little bit by some of the flaws and bugs of Magento 2.0. And so maybe they're just kind of scared to give it another try, or they've just, you know, formed their opinion and they're going to hold steady to it all the way to the grave. You know, that's an option. Mitchell says, I've never built an M1 site from the ground up, just inherited existing infrastructure. I far prefer Magento 2. It follows much better OOD paradigms. That's what I'm going for. Yeah, I can't read. Who can read? You know, I'll blame it on the alcohol, even though I've had a half an ounce so far. You know, I can't read. Navarre, Magento 2 is still so buggy. I don't remember if M1 was so bad. You know, if you got in 6 years ago, Magento 1 was pretty solid. Like, it was fairly stable. You know, I think one of the things as well with Magento 2 is that releases seem to be a lot faster, in my opinion. Like, lately, especially since Adobe, those releases are coming out pretty regularly. And so, that can also lead to the perception of whether of it being buggy, whether it's buggy or not. Like, you just got more work to do. You got to, patch. You've got to update a lot of modules and things like that more regularly than you necessarily had to do in Magento 1. So, that can. You got it all hooked up there, Talesh?
I'm all good.
All right. Let's see if we can get back to this split screen here. We've got several. Richie, M2 experience started with 2.3 and much prefer over M1. Yeah, if you started with 2.3, you ought to be fully on the M2 train.
Yeah, if you started with 2.3, you're in a good position. You have no problems with Magento 2 compared to like the 2.1 days.
Uh-oh, my wife is watching, and she just asked how many bottles that I bought. Just a few, baby, just a few. I don't know what you're... I got one for free. I got one for...
I saw her name come up, and I'm like, oh, that person has the same name as DJ's wife.
No clue what you're... Hey, baby, this old fits... By the way, come in here and flip the fan on for me if you would. It's really getting very... My air conditioning can't keep up during this summer heat. And you see I'm starting to perspire, get some use out of it. You can see the bottles on the table. That is all I bought, I promise. I did not buy any of the other bottles behind me today. I promise. All right. So I gotta watch what I say. I should not tell her when I'm going live.
No, she's gonna subscribe.
And that's she's already subscribed. So I was already, you try to get those first 100 any way you can. You invite friends, family, like subscribe. I have a YouTube channel. Right. Yeah, my kids subscribed. Yeah. I created 4 accounts and subscribed. Like, you gotta get those numbers up.
Did I was already recant on the Tom Petty thing.
No, but I softened. That last switch, the last to the left. Yes, please, thank you. Got the fan going now, so we set up. Hey, here, you want to try this? You want to try this? She doesn't want to be on camera. Okay.
What time is it there, TJ?
You're
in
12:35. I'm in Central.
Okay, Central.
So at let's see, we've got let's see. I'm trying to check my schedule here. We're going to try to get Ben Marks on here at 1. If he makes it, hopefully he will. He said he could, so that'll be all good.
Everyone in chat's like, it's like 2.4 stable, 2.1. Like, let's talk about Magento 1,
Everybody. The thing is everybody seems to like Magento 2, but here's a counter argument.
A lot of people
to that.
do. Yeah.
Well, everybody here seems to like 2.0, but my argument is the people who like 2.0 the ones that are still around? Like the ones that don't like 2.0 moved on to something else. They're not here to watch this live stream and answer these questions.
And this goes back to the question you were asking earlier about, like, back then, you had to, like, find your way, become part of a community to... Oh, my God. I need to find that somewhere. I don't know if everyone could see what TJ is pulling out of a wooden box right now. Sorry. My entire train of thought just, like, went sideways. Like, what you were saying about a community is, like, we had, back then... We had to build everything ourselves. Nobody knew what was going on. We just had this, what seemed to be amazingly architected code that just got kicked out from Ukraine, and everybody was learning it at the same time. And in my experience, when you have a group of people that go through some sort of struggle, or learning together, to become closer, which is why the Magento community is what it is. It's why it was always so supportive, and you have this term. What's it? Cooperator? No, competitor, cooperator. Coopetition. There we go. Yeah. That's why that's a thing in Magento ecosystem before Magento 2 hit. Now, whether this is going to keep going or slowly peter out, I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. A lot of people in the ecosystem make predictions, but I'm not sure. What I do know is that sense of community, building together, working together, and discovering together will will be different. And especially with PWA Studio and the rise of single page apps and this sort of thing, we're going to have a more, is ephemeral the correct word? Yeah, a more ephemeral community where JavaScript developers will come in, but they may not stick around to be part of something and contribute back as much as it happened in Magento 1. Sorry, words are coming slowly. I'm not very good live streamer.
It's great.
It's like my thoughts are like, and I think this sort of like, you know, oh, Hiro says it's called survivorship bias. Yeah, obviously he knows what this is.
I just sent him a link too. Hopefully, if he's got a little time, Hiro, jump on here.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we I don't think we'll have that in Magento 2. Like, and I think it's the reason why I hit you up and I said let's do this, because I don't want Magento 1 to go out, you know, quietly into the night. I want it to be, you know, us all grumpy dudes who's been there from the start, and you know, who's fought it all the way in to have something, to say something, to like, you know, send it out with a chair, just like, you know, to have a drink, pour one out for the great old one, which was what I'm calling it now, the great old one. So,
Great old one. Yeah, you know, the thing is I firmly believe that the Magento community it's in its prime, or it's maybe we're at the end of its prime. Like, I just don't know how we recapture the magic that was this small startup Magento 1, right? I just don't know in the enterprise, if we're focused on the enterprise, if we're pushing toward bigger and better and more complicated and running enterprise websites, I just don't know how we, how do we maintain this magic? Like, that's something we've got to be able to do, but I don't think we can grow beyond, as far as volume of people in the community from what we are now. Like, I just don't see how without the infusion of young blood.
But the question is, should we? Like, do we have to?
No, I mean, we don't have to do anything.
I mean, like, as far as I'm concerned, and I could be completely wrong, it feels like a really uphill battle to recapture that. Maybe I'm biased, and nostalgic, but I'm not 100% sure if that could be done. Like, maybe when Hiro hops on, he'll be able to tell us if there's something that's a stronger bind of personalities and experience than survivorship bias, and help guide us towards, like, capturing that into the future. But I don't think it's going to be like that going forward. I mean, the fact that the first pre-imagine was half of a dozen people, and 6 people just put credit cards down to buy wine for everyone else, which Kimberly started a long time ago, and now it's an event that there's sponsors and there's hundreds of people that attend. It's like that growth curve has already happened for Magento 1. We can't make it happen again for Magento 2. Like, we're already there. So I don't know. It needs to be managed at a larger level, or sustained at a larger level. I don't think it could be built again around Magento 2.
I mean, it makes sense. You can't build what's already there, right? But how do we keep from having that steady decline on the other end, right? How do we stop from, there's a lot of, here's my concern with the whole state of the Magento economy, really, is, there is a, I'm stepping on my headphone cable here, pulling my head down. If we're going to continue to move up market with the platform, which it's going to do, Magento 2, even the open source version of Magento 2 is an enterprise e-commerce platform. And you need to have enterprise level resources to adequately maintain that creature once you own it. And so,
Right.
you know, it's like I try to tell my children, Ferraris are not that expensive. I can afford a used Ferrari. I can't afford to own a used Ferrari, right? I can't afford
Right.
$30,000 if the transmission goes out or $100,000 if the engine blows. So just because something is given to you, just because something's free to download, doesn't mean it's free. And so, you know, even that being enterprise, as the SaaS platforms get more sophisticated, and you know, whether that's existing SaaS platforms getting sophisticated or new SaaS platforms coming in that are more flexible and sophisticated, that lower end market is going to continue to move and pivot toward easier, cheaper platforms. And
Right.
so the people that are going to be left on Magento are the people that need the flexibility or just have the dollars and it's, you know, considered the best and that's where they want to go. So if that's where we're going, though, my concern long term is that agencies like my own are going to be squeezed out of this space. That, you know, that we're already seeing it from, you know, the leads we see coming referred to us from Magento, right? The premium leads
Right.
go to the big agencies. Tiny leads come to us, problematic leads that probably shouldn't be on the platform anyway, for the most
Right.
part. A lot of them end up talking to us. And so if there's not enough leads in that small to mid-size business to go around, then a lot of agencies like ours are going to go out of business. They're going to merge. They're going to be bought out. They're going to do what they have to do to survive, whether that be moving or they're not going to survive. And so
Right.
as we see these agencies start to pivot or dissolve, as we see the merchant pool dry up in this space we play in, then that is going to be another large segment of the community that is going to disengage. And all we're going to have left are the Blue Acorns and the Gorillas and the Coras and the, you know, the big agencies doing big stuff. And is that enough to support an open and rich community?
I don't know. I think it's going to be a completely different community. As someone who's worked with Microsoft employees and in the entire Microsoft consulting realm, it's a completely different community. It's nothing like what we have. Yes, they have a community, but it's incredibly loose, and it's not striated, but a little bit more fixed. There's no space for someone like me in the Microsoft community, just a loose cannon who's willing to say what he wants about security and focus on just that. You need to have all the supporting business and, you know, trust of a business around you to become part of that community. So we'll probably start drifting towards that direction where, you know, there's you know, the MVPs, the Vinay Cops and the Alan Storms of the world. And yes, I know Alan Storm doesn't do much Magento anymore, and not much people realize that.
He's
But,
still
you know,
God tier though, right? Like
yeah. But yeah, we have like that MVP level, and then mostly the distinction you see within the community is on an organizational level. So it's going to be like, hey, look, the Mediotype guys are here, you know, and Mediotype's known for putting out really good work, right? But and this is not to say anything negative about Mediotype, but it'll start being identified by your company and what you do together as a group, as opposed to individual efforts. Does like,
No, it
am
makes
I making
sense. It makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're part of a
Yeah.
smaller sub community. And
Right,
just
right.
just in case you missed the news, I think Mediotype's now Blue Acorn, but you know, it's okay.
Oh, I can't. Yeah, I knew that a while ago.
Like I said, you know, although Mediotype was doing pretty big stuff. All right, let's
Yeah.
check the chat and see what everybody's got going on. Hito, I sent you a link. I don't know if you're able to join, but you know, if you're not, no worries. All right, let's check here. Ali says the selection of rare whiskey here is more exciting than M1 End of Life. Yes, we went Old Fitzgerald. This is Blood Oath Pact number 6 for those that may not know. This here, I've got, next we're going to switch over to Wild Turkey Master's Keep 17-year-old whiskey right there. And then I've got some Elijah Craig 18 back there, some E.H. Taylor small batch. I don't know if we'll break into all of those. I've also got some Ardbeg Scotch. I'm not a huge Scotch guy, but I'm willing to try. We're gonna get just like that exact same bottle.
It's gonna be an Ardbeg day. I've got a couple surprises from the Magento community, stuff that I've acquired in my travels. So I'll pull them out as we go along. You said this is going to be a long stream, right?
We're going to stream until we get exhausted. I'm thinking maybe 4 hours. Maybe 4 hours.
Okay.
Let's see.
So yeah, one, 2, 3. I've got 4 bottles sitting around here. So
there you go. Rotate every hour. All right, going through the chat here. There's some conversations around the concern around 2.4 and whether that's going to be stable or whether that's going to be another 2.0 release, because there's a lot of concern with the functionality in 2.4. You have any thoughts around the upcoming 2.4 release?
No, I haven't looked at it.
Yeah, I haven't either. I'm at this point. I used to be like, let's keep up with them. Maybe I'll do a release video on everything that's coming out and get it ready. And the day it drops, I'll drop that. And I'm like, whatever. I'll look at it when it comes out. It's cool.
I mean, I have a copy of it on a server somewhere, and I ran a bunch of security tests against it, and it passed everything. So I'm like, nah. Got no emails, so I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. I probably should look into it a little bit deeper. But the thing is, who mentioned it? It was Brian. Brian, do you obviously you see the code, you know what's coming in 2.4. Do you have concerns about what you see coming in 2.4 that you think it's analogous to a 2.0 blunder? Because as far as I'm concerned, the biggest 2.0 blunders were let's just refactor the hell out of this thing and break everyone's extensions. And, decisions were made, and they were difficult decisions, which I understand. But the thing is, I see that as a blunder of the early Magento 2.x years. So,
where every small release was a breaking release.
Yeah,
that's a good idea. Yeah, let's every couple of weeks break all the extensions. A lot of concern with MSI. Have you dealt with any? I know we've got some sites using MSI successfully. I'm not saying it wasn't without struggle to do so, but have you dealt with any MSI multi-source inventory issues?
No, I haven't. I mean, and here's where it's becoming a thing. Magento's becoming so big and so complicated, and you've brought this up earlier. Is you can't really say you do it all or you know it all. There's so many parts to the business, including integrating with BI and order management and all these sorts of things. And now Adobe Sensei is coming into the ecosystem via extensions built by the community. Now, as somebody who is a Magento expert, you have to have such deep knowledge of such a breadth of technologies, and also be able to understand the core complex architecture of Magento 2 that it's hard for me to imagine one person being really good at it all. I mean, even for Magento 1, it was really hard to be really good at it all. When I surely Brendan Falkowski, an absolute legend when it comes to front end Magento work, leading the charge when it comes to things like responsive design and PWA websites. Now, when I first met him, he spoke so deeply about the technologies and the upcoming changes in front-end technology for Magento. Then when you're speaking to somebody and they just kind of lose you and you just glaze over and everything just becomes blurry. At that point in time, my eyes got blurry and I made a decision. I'm like, I'm just gonna focus on backend because I can't be really good at Magento backend and be good at these words coming out from this dude's mouth. You know, I'm like, I don't know what he's talking about. And this was back in, oh geez, this was back in 2011. Like even back then, I was like, you know what? If I want to be good, I need to be good at just one part of Magento, and this was Magento 1. I don't see how somebody could be good at all parts of Magento in 2020 when Magento 2 is got all these things. So yeah, I don't even know where I was going with this. You know, I'll ramble.
That's fine. We got plenty of time. Pick a horse and stick to it. That's what he's trying to say, right?
Yeah,
You know, you can't be a master of all things. All right, going back to the chat, I've sent links to a couple of folks. Hopefully Ben will be on here in just a bit. And then we're going to, you know, in about an hour, we're going to bring on Kalen. Hito, I think, is going to be joining us here in just a minute as well. So hopefully they show up in the right order, or we're going to have some weird screens. But we'll make it work, whatever we have to do.
Just put a lower third on Ben. Just make it say Kalen.
Ali saying nothing is more memorable. Nothing's more memorable than an Indian guy and an Alabamian yelling at Ben Marks during his Sunshine PHP talk about being in the partner program. All right, I'll tell this story. I started in e-commerce in college, doing 2000-ish. Started building websites, and then we picked up Magento in beta in 2007, launched our first site in 2008, and we were all in on the platform. But, it was me doing development. I had a few freelancers and stuff, and so, finally we landed some projects. I landed some decent projects, hired some full-time employees, and then about 4 or 5 years ago now, we were trying to get in the partner program, and we were getting stonewalled. Like, they were coming out of the eBay years, and they just weren't really adding partners. And so unless you were somebody, prominent. And so I'm like, I've got to get more involved in the community. I'd finally gotten to a point to where I wasn't developing. I could come out, I could look up, I could say, how do we grow the business? And the partner program and being involved in the community was how we needed to do that. And so I'm like, we're going to go to events. I'm going to commit to 1 year going to every single Magento event I can find in the United States, and then we'll see where it goes from there. And so, and really from that point forward, I've been to every single Magento event in the United States ever since. I don't think I've missed any. So, we went to, and I say major, all the Mage Titans, all the Meet Magento New Yorks and Imagines. That's really it. But we're looking up and we're saying, well, it changes names, okay? You know what it wasn't even Mage X this past year. It was something else.
Keep going.
Yeah. Get me on technicality. But I was there.
Yeah.
So I'm looking up and I'm like, who's prominent in the community? Well, there's this Ben Marks guy. He's the guy in the training videos. Ben Marks guy is the guy in the training videos. And so, and then there's Philip Jackson, which, the guy in the training videos just joined. So I'm going to finish this story, and I'm going to get his take on it. He's joining here. I'll finish the story while you're getting set up. All right. So I'm like, there's this Ben Marks guy in the training videos. I don't know anything about him. And then there's Philip Jackson, who hosts this podcast talking about Magento. So I don't know much about him either, but these are the guys. Like, these are the only people. They're everywhere. If you're Googling Magento, you're talking about Magento. So I noticed that they're both speaking at a conference in Miami, Florida. And so I'm like, well, I'm a guy. I like to reverse engineer systems, right? I find an ecosystem like finding really hard to find whiskey, and I reverse engineer that until I'm the guy that's finding all the hard to find whiskey. Like, that's literally what I do. So I'm trying to reverse engineer. If I show up at a Magento thing and these are the two popular guys, I've never been to a Magento, I don't know anything about it. If these are the popular guys, I don't know if they're going to be mauled. Like, I'm not going to be able to get to know them. There's going to be a bunch of people standing around them. I don't know if they're, I doubt they're asking for autographs, but they're at least going to want a piece of these people's time. So if I go to a PHP conference where most of the people there don't even know what Magento is or barely even care what Magento is, then I'll be able to actually sit down and have a conversation with these folks. So I decided I take a couple of people. I have an employee that's down there, so we take 3 people, and we go to Miami to this conference. Hop in the Super Bee, drive that sucker down to Miami, And, meet Ben, nicest guy in the world. Meet Philip. I think he was doing the shopping cart is dead talk even way back then. So, watch those conversations. Nice as they could be, sat down and had drinks with them and talked to them and, just spent way more time than I anticipated being able to spend with them. And so, from there, by the time we got to Imagine, we knew folks. Met Ali. Ali had some of his team. Ali is with Imagination Media down in Miami. So met Ali, who was there pretty much for the same thing. He's like, these damn Magento people are going to be here, and I can't get in the partner program. I need somebody to fuss at. That's really what we were doing as well. It's like, hey, Ben, how you getting this partner program, bro? You got a hookup. Can you help us out? I don't know if he hooked us up or helped us out, but we did eventually break through and get into that thing. So do you remember that conference, Ben?
Everything except the dinner. Can you hear me?
Oh, the dinner. Oh, yes, the dinner. yes. That was a fun time.
Yeah, no, I remember the conference, and I remember you guys showing up, and it was kind of reminded me of when, like, Josh Warren from Creativity, also someone who was just there. Like, he wasn't there one moment, and then all of a sudden I'm like, who is this guy blowing up my feed? Little did I know that TJ, that you guys would be, you in particular would be so much of the collective voice that is the Magento ecosystem.
Well, that's one of the things we've kind of been discussing here. One of the concerns, right, is that when you have some random person from Alabama who's been in isolation they've been doing Magento, but they've been in isolation. They just kind of people just pop up. Right, and you never know who's going to stick. You never know who's going to be a voice, who's going to be a leader, who's going to do, whatever they end up doing. And so, the concern is if we don't have that, non-enterprise offering, if we're not bringing in fresh blood like we did in the early days of Magento, how does this community continue to foster and grow those leaders?
Well, that is a question. Happens to be a question that I spend some time answering myself in my day-to-day work. More so these days now, because I've joined. I'm under Max Ikaterienko's team, so I've gone over to the engineering world, and my focus is really specifically around what we're doing to enable the ecosystem that we have. And then one of the questions that Max asks me regularly, or some of the things I know he's thinking about, are like, who is the new blood? Where is that new blood coming in? And for me, it's I wish I had a magic 8-ball that would that could help me know some things with certainty. But I think there's going to be, as Magento as a platform moves more towards something that you're using via API, I think you're going to look at, we're going to want to enable people in building JavaScript headless front ends, right? So I think that's going to be an interesting world, because one of the things that, no matter how great a JavaScript developer may be, when he or she needs some kind of commerce functionality, that same thing holds true in JavaScript that it holds true in PHP and everywhere else, which is absolutely do not under any circumstances build your own e-commerce application unless you have a very good reason. And if you have a very good reason, doubt yourself, ask someone else, and then maybe only then should you do that.
I've had that conversation a few times in the last several months where folks are like, yeah, I think we're just going to, like, why do we need this Magento? Why can't we just write this from scratch? And it's like,
yeah, just send
that's
API
a tough
calls
question.
to the payment processor.
Yeah, like,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
write. Okay, I'll tell you what. Just write all of the cataloging yourself, like just all the cataloging, all the search functionality. But integrate with Elasticsearch. Go ahead and build out your own payment modules. But it's fine. Like, if you're doing a huge complicated Magento build, especially a huge complicated Magento PWA build, you might, depending on your needs, be able at a similar cost to be able to put together your own thing, but it's never going to be as robust. It's never going to, be as flexible. And as soon as you need to make modifications, you're going to be losing money. As soon as you decide you want to change payment gateways and you got to rewrite that from scratch instead of just changing some configuration or throwing in a module, you're going to lose. As soon as you want to add functionality that you didn't think of initially, like a wish list, you're going to lose. And so it's hard to have that conversation with folks that are thinking that way, that are just thinking, I like to build everything and I want to have 100% say so in exactly how it functions. And, that is what Magento is. But I'm still amazed that this day and age I still have those talks with folks.
I like to point out to people when I have this conversation, which invariably I do, or any of the number of conversations that we have around it. I mean, you all have heard me say several times that I think, each platform has its strengths and weaknesses. Magento is no exception there. But when people start going down the roll your own path, I just say, and I don't care how well they have it spec'd out. I'm just like, well, how well do you know what your business is going to do in the future? How well do you know what consumer expectations are going to be in, how consumers shop? What I like to do is tell people, hey, think about how you were buying stuff online like a year ago and maybe now. Like, think about the amount of change. And maybe if your habits haven't changed, that's fine. But realize that we who work in this business, we see consumer behaviors iterate again and again and again, and like, you are responsible for keeping up with that. That's why it makes sense to go with a proper platform, whatever that platform is. I see TJ's trying to adjust me, so I'm down here now.
I just brought you up. Just want you to be comfortable, man. I just want you to be comfortable.
Yeah.
So we didn't bring folks on ahead of time and test all this out and get it set up. So we're just adjusting. We're just adjusting as we go. So you're the freaking guy in the training videos, right? You're that guy. How did you get in Magento?
It should have been so. A few of you guys have probably heard this story, but probably there was whiskey involved. We might have forgotten it by now. I was. There always is with TJ.
There's whiskey involved this time.
I know, it was a little early in the morning for early in the day for me. But it started when in 2008 I was working just doing local web development here in Charleston for a guy who ended up getting arrested for growing a not insubstantial amount of marijuana, which is still illegal here. And he was not into that business at the time, as far as I know, but he was doing questionable business things, although at the time I didn't think questionable. Like, we did a local one when the craft brew craze was starting up here. Like, he gave half of the deal in trade for them, which actually ended up really cool because their beer became so popular here, and restaurants were on a waiting list, but we always had a fresh keg. Anyway, he bounced the paycheck, and when he bounced the paycheck, that was like an immediate nope. Will not deal with that. So I hopped on Craigslist that day, and a guy named Kevin Eichelberger had just published an ad because he was moving his little fledgling e-commerce consultancy, which was really just him, from Atlanta to Charleston, because he knew he'd be able to attract talent in a cool place like Charleston and not have to compete like he would in Atlanta. And that was Blue Acorn. And so we started, my first day on the job was Magento 1.1.4. Not 1.14, 1.1.4. This is before Enterprise. This is pre anything. I mean, I forget. There was something like Wishlist actually didn't exist until like 2 versions later or something. I mean, it was the early days. I mean, there are people who've been around even since in the beta days, but 2008 October. Yep, came in, and I thought it was no problem because I had Zen framework experience and everything, and it was a disaster. If it hadn't been for all the help that existed in the IRC channel back then, I'm not sure I would have ever gotten that. Yeah, remember the IRC channel, Magento and Freenode.
Yeah, no, the website had like a link to the IRC channel, so you could just go onto documentation and just pull up a web version of the IRC. back then, I used to feel so self-conscious about asking stupid questions. I'd change my name every single time, so I wouldn't be that one loser. That one loser.
Not this guy
who
again.
who showed up and asked like the dumbest questions. It's like, where's the PHTML file for this? You know?
Oh god,
Oh,
it was. I
man.
mean, because for those of you following at home, if you've not ever appreciated it, like there was no information. There was like Alan Storm had done a little spelunking, thankfully, and Inshu had some stuff on their blog. But I mean, you really the IRC channel was where you had to go, and that was like I'm in there, and I'm just like, what the hell is layout XML? And this nice German guy named Vinay Kopp, he took me into a private chat. And he beguiled me with tales of like how it basically showed me. It took the time. So that was the interesting thing, though, was that like up until that point, I knew Magento was open source, but I'd been working with eCommerce previously, so I knew what open source kind of was, but I didn't really get that there was or grok that there was a cultural ethos there. And so I asked him after he spent all this time with me, I'm like, well, how much do I owe you? And he's just like, what? Like that was the most offensively American thing I think I could have ever said. Like, of course, you capitalist bastards would want to charge for knowledge. Knowledge should be in the hands of the people. And so Ben just was like, he said, oh man, just if, throw me some business if you can sometime. And so we eventually. I threw him business in a big way because we got him involved when Magento started to teach, decided they wanted to teach courses in 2010. And by then, Kevin had been enough of a pain in the ass to Roy and Yoav about the partner program that they just wanted to throw him a bone and said, well, have one of your guys come out and maybe check out this teaching course. And then I came out December of 2010. We had some meetings because Varian was wrapping up business, like they were getting rid of their clients and just becoming a software company. And I did the class, and I told the person who put the class together, Susie Silasik, said, hey, if you're going to do this, if you're going to be teaching this, I'd love to teach. And then I still have the email where I think I told my wife, yeah, it'll only be like once or twice. And that was like literally the last time. 2010 was the last year that I was home. That I was home more than I was gone until this year. And but then a few classes in, Vinay already had something on the books. Like he had some other work that he had to go do, and that was the first class I had to teach on my own, and that was the class that they filmed. And just to add insult to injury, right? So I mean that basically made Ben Marks in the Magento ecosystem. I mean it was just complete dumb luck. And to add insult to injury, they had to ship because I said just some of the dumbest things when I was teaching this class. And like so they had to send these terabyte hard drives, which back then were like suitcases, off to Vinay in Germany, and he had to sit there and go through like 50 hours of me talking about Magento and just be like, oh Ben, this is stupid. We actually had to reshoot a couple of things because they were just so egregiously dumb. Because big secret, I still didn't quite thoroughly grok layout XML when I was teaching that class. And admin HTML, the first few classes, Vinay had to do that himself. That again also conceptually just took me a little while to understand what's going on. So for anyone out there, I mean, so TJ, kind of back to the earlier point you were making, where we talk about the new blood and new voices and who speaks up and everything. I think our job as vendors of a product in an ecosystem are to set things up so that those voices feel comfortable. Those voices will say, hey, there's something I can do here. I can make a business here. I can add value here, and that they then speak up, and then that enough people are listening and promoting, because that's going to be what carries Magento on into this future that I assume still exists, or way 2020 is going. I'm not sure. So yeah, that's. I think I just tied those things nicely together. What you drinking now, TJ?
This is Wild Turkey Master's Keep 17-year-old. Come in a nice box right here. I went to the store this morning, and today was like shipment day, so they had a bunch of allocated, hard to find stuff. So this is a blurry box of Master's Keep 17-year-old. So we've been through Old Fitzgerald. We had a drink of that. I'm not drinking, Mommy. Just a little taste in the bottle.
Yeah, just a little.
We started with Old Fitzgerald 9-year-old bottle and bonded in this beautiful decanter. Then the Blood Oath, and then we've moved to this. And then we're going to do Scotch next, which I'm not a huge Scotch guy. I prefer bourbons to Scotch, but I do like a Scotch, so we'll get to that.
Funny thing about Blood Oath whiskey, after one of the Magento Imagines, I think it was 2014, 2015, I came out of Magento Imagine with, my notes on my phone of all the things I need to follow up on, and the only thing I had written on my notes was Blood Oath.
Really productive Imagine.
I think I posted it on Twitter. I'm like, apparently I swore Blood Oath while I was at Imagine, and I don't know what I did. And since then, it's been on my list.
Yeah. You're not upholding your end of it, apparently. So you don't even know what it was about.
Yeah.
So what you're saying, Ben, is that Vinay was supposed to be the guy on the videos. He was supposed to be the guy.
I mean, we were still co-teaching at that point. I hadn't realized what the big deal was with us co-teaching, but I guess in retrospect, it was largely so Vinay could teach me, kind of a teach the teacher. And that was actually a technique that we've used ever since, which is basically, when you find someone suitable, especially when you need to have language coverage, then you bring them in. Ideally, they've gone through the class themselves, just as a student, and then they come in later, and we train them on and they basically will alternate chapters. But I mean, if we're looking at I think. I think it's safe to say, Vinay is far more the he's kind of a developer's developer, and I think he also is an absolute. He's just I don't even know if passion is too weak of a word. He just is strongly oriented when he knows something to make sure that others know that as well. So, and I think that comes out. And then on top of it all, he's just this excellent human being. So. I think those classes are probably those videos would be even more valuable, more instructive if Vinay had done it. In the end, though, it ended up working out okay. I mean, I've had hundreds, thousands of people come up to me at conferences and thank me for the video like I had anything to do with the shit. I'm like, I'm just there. I happen to be the guy there. I didn't even know they were filming until like a week before, and my wife swore, she's like, no, you've got too many patterned shirts. You need to go get just single color button downs. The green shirt, and I've heard about that damn green shirt. I should have kept it. We cleaned house a few years ago, and I should have kept it so I could have worn it today.
That would have been great.
Do you see this shirt, Ben?
I'm going places.
You're going places. Which one is that?
The original. Yeah,
that's cool.
There's a reason when I jacket to cover how rad he has become since 2011. So, but I do.
That's really
I guess
cool.
it's fine. I guess it's fine now to admit it, but I do have a copy of that video because back then you could pull stuff off the Magento website, and this is one spot I always hop to in that video, and it's like when I click and it's just Ben Marks saying. And I love it, love it, love it. For me, that's like Ben Marks. It's like, and I love it. It's just you're talking about Magento, and it's like I love it, love it, love it. It's just, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I've looked at that video so many times just because I'm like, okay, what did Ben say about that? Oh, that's how that works, So.
Well, that's good. I mean, so it's good to know. The bottom line was just they needed to do something. They needed to kind of make good with the ecosystem for not having any documentation or instructional stuff out there, and that was how they did it. And it didn't. I've always believed that the as much as we can make training free, or just wickedly cheap would be my preference. But those videos. It was what was really strange would be I would come back. Because I was spending half my time teaching and then half my time at Blue Acorn, I would come back into the Blue Acorn office. There's some new developer there, and I just walk up behind them while they're watching a video of me. That was always kind of fun.
Chris Brown in the chat says he was there for that class when they filmed it.
He
Oh, wow.
was you there? You were in that class? I thought you were in the first class, Brownie. I thought so. Yeah, there's a like I know Mark Schust was there. Oh, maybe Chris came. Yeah, maybe Chris took it twice. There's a few that were there in that
No, you're
first,
busting on
the
Chris'
first
secrets.
class. And I don't know. Yeah, I think Chris, he's just so dense they had to have him come back. No, yeah, Brownie was. Yeah, that's right. No, I remember Brownie was sitting up front there. And there was a guy, I forget, but he was ruthless with my crappy puns. Like you on one of the videos, you can hear it call me out like, "Oh, you're the worst." I think one of my favorite stories though was actually from that very first class, and I'm pretty damn nervous. And it's taught at Magento HQ. Like I'm sitting there about the time, and I was a little shaky on the whole ORM layer. So, and right at that time, like Yoav walks in, and I forgot not only how PHP works, I forgot how the English language works. I mean, I clammed up. And I was just like, and Vinay Kopp, nicest guy on the planet, steps in. I mean, and part of it also is Yoav's wife. Oh my gosh, I can't remember her name. I can't remember her name.
Yeah, I remember her face
she
too, but-
is. She is hands down probably one of the smartest developers out there on the planet. So she's also like taking the class. So it was intimidating enough, but yeah, Vinay steps in and like smooths things over, and then Roy came in to I think the next day, but he like literally went in and went straight into a back office. Oh, but that's good. The superhero squad is here now. We've got Hito. There's a picture. I remember the original. I remember the original picture when I think I first saw Hito, and I thought, what is up with this crazy community? Because it was the thing to like show basically whoever showed the most flair would get a free ticket to Imagine. And
you're passionate.
Hito's in there with like and Hito's in there in his kitchen like actively cook. There it is. That's that picture right there.
That ran for a couple of years.
I don't know if you're.
Yeah, do
I don't know if
you have
you're on
sound
mute.
there, Hito? He's not on mute from my side. Should be.
Nope.
He's got the,
good.
the fancy like.
Nope.
Huh. Hold on just a second. Let me make sure I'm mixing in his audio here or something. If you
Yeah,
would speak,
he's
like I see a little bit of move on his side, but it's not. Check your browser. It does not appear as though you're sending out sound. Like you're sending out just a little bit of sound, but not enough for an actual
now what
microphone.
you folks can't see at home is he's got a huge podcasting setup there. So
The problem is sometimes when you have that complicated of a setup, when you go through the browser, it just doesn't pick up the microphone or the audio or whatever. Doesn't actually work.
yeah, my
Possibly.
main camera doesn't seem to want to play with this.
Yeah. So
While Guido works on his audio, those show your passion for Magento videos and photos. I think that's what got my first couple of feet into the ecosystem. If I just
Interesting.
like put some stuff out, and then people are like, oh yeah, this Talish guy, and I think no talk about the end of Magento 1 should be undertaken without a mention of Rhonda, who was an amazing community manager before Sherry and Ben is taking over those taking up that yoke. Hito,
Yep.
are you there?
Yeah,
I think he dropped altogether here. He's trying to.
Okay.
We'll just go
and-
back to the.
that's a really good call out, Talesh, because I think it was the ecosystem was doing this stuff, right? They were doing this, and
Right.
and Magento harnessed it because Hito therefore they started Magento, right? So the same like 2009, you had Magento, you had what ended up becoming the Meet Magento world, all springing up in that region, and so people were putting this stuff together, and that was actually it was the ecosystem that inspired, and I think Philippe Humeux and some others in France after Magento, they had inspired the leadership at Magento to do their own conference. In fact, there's a story Bob Schwartz will tell of like they're getting, I think it was Bob, or it was either Bob or Roy, and they basically were leaving Magento in France and like going, why don't we do this? And then, they hired, Wonder Woman, Brittany Carnes at the time, Brittany Mascara, and from MySpace. That's how long ago this stuff was. They hired her like after MySpace, and she put together the first Imagine in like 3 months, and that's just anyone that was lucky enough to be at that first Imagine. I mean, it was great. It was so well done. I'd never been to a conference where it was like, if there was a question about when you walk out of a room, you're like, okay, where do I go now? There was a sign there, or there was a person there holding a sign. Like there was no way to get lost, and that was so special.
And I mean, like even that first one, it felt like such a tighter community because they pulled up the limos and they took us out to the Culver City headquarters, and we had like food, the food trucks and whatnot. You felt like, for me, this was my first event, but I kind of felt like I am part of this now, because I showed up alone, not knowing anyone, using my fake names on IRC every single time I log in to ask a different question because I didn't want anyone to know how stupid I was. And then I show up and I posted one video, and then Rhonda remembered my name, and then all of a sudden I met people and we started becoming friends, and this company was actually like investing in us, and I'm like, you know what? I should stick around with these guys. They've got something important going on. So
this all really underscores how important the work is that we're doing these days. I mean, because the markets have changed. That's part of it, but also the technology changed, and the businesses that we're targeting. I mean, it doesn't make sense for Magento to target the sub $50,000 a year like hobbyist store. To be able to do that and then cover all the way up to multi-billion-dollar multinationals, it's tough. But TJ, when I came in, you were talking about like how do we replace this engagement? Like how do we make sure that we're keeping this going? This is really good stuff for me to be thinking about as we, given what an auspicious day this is, as we send Magento 1 officially into sort of whatever the markets are going to do with it now that it's been set adrift.
A rudderless ship. I think that's what we used earlier, right?
Well, I'm sure there's some vendors there who would absolutely say no. In fact, they're even building better rudders.
Well, our argument earlier. Okay, this is and I'll get your take on this. Here's the argument.
Okay.
For better or worse, right? For having that conversation around Magento 1 and its marketing and what Magento 1 can do, but also the argument around supporting Magento 1 for credit cards. Once you install a patch that is not provided by Magento, it's not Magento 1 anymore. Like it's not. It's OpenMage. It's whatever flavor this company does. It's not. Once you modify the code once you fork it, it's not Magento anymore.
Well, so
technically.
I mean, well, so here's where the academics meets the reality, right? So the reality is you have forked Magento anytime that you edit the core.
Correct.
And someone famously said, "Don't edit the core." But then someone actually, as soon as that took off, and again, thanks to it was Guido who found that picture that Anthony Ferrara took of me down at PHP Argentina. And
oh man, we had a fight about this, me and Guido. I was the one.
I remember.
Guido was the one who just assumed he did it. Like we had a fight about this on Twitter.
Yeah, I remember because I was like spelunking in TinEye, and I'm like looking at archive.org.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, Guido and I fight so much between ourselves. I always thought it was like, okay, he's joking. Then I'm like, is he serious?
Did it ever get settled?
We lose
I'm always
Telesh again.
yes.
Guido-
Oh, there he Guido came in. Telesh is gone. My internet connection may not be able to sustain all of these people. Who knows? That's a really good pose to be frozen on, though. Let me check my. I mean, everybody. The fact that the rest of you guys are working fine makes me feel good, but.
This is perfect. The timing cannot be better. Telesh, Telesh, I was literally asking you if you guys ever settled it, and then you freeze, and Guido's voice comes in.
No, it was Slash. Definitely. Cheers, by the way. Happy ending or whatever.
Cheers.
Yes, we're switching to the Scotch now.
I'm still in my bullet.
Bourbon. Okay. Sorry, it's bourbon.
Well, I've been going bourbon so far. I'm rotating through a bunch of new bottles. I've got to try them all. You know, we don't resell any whiskey here. We drink them all. So they have to
I pulled out a
Yeah.
bottle of some infamous stuff in the Magento ecosystem.
What is
yes.
The good
That
stuff.
is
It's not
delicious
whiskey.
Yeah, it's like
worse.
the black vodka from
Slovakia.
from Slovakia. Yeah,
Yeah.
Slava will show up with that, and then the night will take a turn.
Yeah, I'm saving that for a little bit later when TJ is ready to kick me out.
No,
There's no need
this-
to get into that right now.
This bottle was sent to me by our friends at APS Payments. So thank you for the bottle of Scotch. I appreciate that. Anybody that wants to send me whiskey, just ask for my address. I'll be happy to give you that information. I figured I'd switch to a fancier glass if I'm going to go to Scotch too, right? I have to be a snob.
There you go.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, but it's interesting. So yes, if you change the core, then technically you don't have Magento anymore. But that's people have been changing the core for a long time, and as soon as that meme kind of came out, people were saying, well, like, yeah, but under some circumstances, this really is the right approach. I mean, you could always almost always override the core, in the using the local not namespace, but local area, but for some people, like if you know what you're doing, then fine, yeah, just change that stuff in place and just make sure you merge your changes when you upgrade. But now, flip side, you no longer have to worry about Magento 1 upgrades unless you're going to 2, which you were going to be doing a lot of work anyway.
Definitely. All right, I'm going to check on the chat here just a little bit. Of course, my wife has seen at least 3 bottles so far, so she's a little concerned with what happened to our bank account. Don't worry, babe. It's a live stream. It's all a tax deduction. So we're good.
I got you covered, man. I'm backing you up.
Yeah, Telesh.
Hopefully
I need help.
goodies.
Yeah, I need help.
Hopefully the goodies is covered tomorrow as well.
I'll throw in the chat here, Ben. This is for you right here. Are there any plans for Magento 3 in the near future?
So it's funny. It's funny when you talk about, what do we mean by 3? I do this. Drives my wife crazy. She's like, you're not from Europe. It's 3. What is a 3? I mean, really, what does 3 mean? It's a little bit more than 2. It's a lot less than 4. But to answer your question, no. according to Anton Krill, I asked him, and he was quite sternly opposed to the idea of Magento 3. I think essentially we're just iterating Magento 2. So you might look at Magento 2's architecture in 3 years and go, wow, that's how you build sites now is not how you build sites back then, and you might call that Magento 3 for yourself. But I don't know that we're planning on changing or on adding a Magento 3 to the family.
Okay, so what I got from that was we're going to evolve Magento 2 into whatever we want it to be, but we're not adding any numbers, any numbers to that first digit.
That seems to be the plan.
Well, here's the problem, though. We're about to be on 2.4, and if we keep going down that rabbit hole, at some point we're going to be on 2.9, and you're just going to have to roll it over to 3, like just theoretically. If we get 2.9999999, we're going to have a revolution of sorts. So at some point, we just got to move it to 3, or we got to start really slowing down the numbering system here.
Users of Magento 1.1. Yeah.
What was that?
So 1. Enterprise.
Magento 1.10, 1.11, 1.12.
Yep, we've
That's
had
true.
those.
Yeah,
Yep.
you're right. Dang it.
Yeah.
Thought I had a good number there.
Yeah.
Sorry,
If your numbering scheme were
2.99?
true, we would have had far fewer Ethernet IP addresses.
Yes. So can we go?
yeah,
Can we go to 2.100? Is that possible, or do we end at 99?
May we make it that far? I have no idea what it's going to look like. I think actually, if I had to guess, it would be, the number is going to be so it just won't matter. It just inconsequential because people will be interacting with essentially, whether they're hosting bits of it or all of it, or we're hosting all of it. They're hosting. They're interacting with just an API, some kind of surface area, and versions. The marketing versions become more important because then it'll be like, 2.20 has, whatever AI, grab customers' wallet while they're not looking function. I don't know, but that kind of thing. So I think we like right now, if you're a developer, you're paying attention to the platform versions that are attached to each of the modules, and then marketing versions for feature kind of feature demarcation, and that I think will become more important, the feature demarcation in the future.
Or do you think it's going to become something like a couple pieces of software in the past, they're like 1.2, and then it took forever to get 1.3, then it took forever to get to 1.4, then the community started referring to them as version 3, version 4, and when 1.5 hit, it was version 5. I mean, because some people were asking, is like, when would Magento 2 become just Magento? And my snarky answer was July 1st, 2020. It would be just Magento. But it is possible that, it would just be Magento going forward. And the point X might be Magento, 12, Magento 13, right? So,
I doubt we're ever going to adopt that because, I still call it Enterprise Edition.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Right? We're not going to change. Every time I say it's Magento Commerce Enterprise Edition.
Yeah, but we all know, let's just admit that was marketing. That was just all marketing.
Actually, I have a story. Gather around,
Feel free to
children.
share.
You can actually. So we were in Australia, and that was so. I had just doped up Sherry Rhodey with a bunch. She had a cold, and I gave her some cold medicine, and so we were sitting in a meeting with Peter Sheldon, who's head of strategy or part of the strategy team, as we were. And he was looking at, he thought it was always confusing that we have community edition and enterprise. And so in this meeting, we're trying to figure out how to solve some problems, with the confusion of what's community, Magento community or the software named community. And so to solve that, we Sherry just had this brilliant moment of if you've got Magento Commerce, because they wanted to focus on commerce. So in that regard, yes, Celeste, you're right. That was marketing really wanted Magento Commerce to be the thing. The focus. And then you have this other thing, and we'll make it clear that it's open source. And Sherry's just sitting there. She's just like, well, why not just call it open source? Magento open source. And in that moment, this is actually a really genius thing. Now, these naming conventions also become, I think, a little confusing down the road. But that's not Sherry's fault. She brilliantly solved what was being kind of put in front of us.
I already blame Sherry.
Yeah, the funny thing is I completely and totally adopt the Magento open source. I couldn't even remember what we called Magento open source before for a few minutes there, but it will always be Enterprise Edition.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Yeah, I still sometimes when I'm on stage, back when that was the thing, I still struggle to not call it Enterprise.
So Hito, if you would, you've kind of joined us, the last one to join us there. I want to get your story as to how you got involved with Magento. How did you find yourself in this very strange community?
Well, it wasn't strange back then. There was no community.
Well, it wasn't strange till you joined it.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
So there was this guy called in the Netherlands called Ray Bochman, who now works for Magento, and we were both involved in the Joomla community, which also has things like Virtumarkt. And he introduced this tool to me, and I think July 2008, which was way cooler than what we've seen before, which was Magento, which was already past 1.0 back then. So I didn't live the beta days, but yeah, he introduced me to that, and we already built some a community around Joomla in the Netherlands. And for me personally, so my background's in psychology. I help companies optimize their websites, look at the customer behavior, and especially when Magento came around, when we were still working with Joomla, the way websites were built back then was we built something, and then we moved to the next project. Well, for me, the interesting part is, okay, we are now live. Let's see how we can improve it. That's where I can apply whatever I learned in at the university. So for me, when I was working with Joomla, I moved towards e-commerce more and more, because by definition, almost those companies are way more interested in the part after going live than just getting something out there as a static catalog or just a static promotional website. And Magento came around, we thought, wow, this is way ahead of what we're seeing around that other tools have. Let's see if we can promote this. And so I started emailing these guys called Joab and Roy, saying, hey, we want to introduce Magento to the Netherlands. We'd like to organize an event for you guys and build like a local community. So I wanted to call it a Dutch Magento. And so even back then, they already said, nope, you cannot use Magento. Because you already spoke before about me, Magento. So Dutch Magento was out. So, well, let's just shorten it to Dutchento. And that was okay. So we started with promoting Dutchento as a local community. And after nagging them for half a year of coming to the Netherlands, I think mid-December of 2008, they said, okay, we'll come over to the Netherlands in 6 weeks. So I had 6 weeks to organize the first Magento event. I got this location in the Netherlands, in Utrecht. And I had no idea how many people showed up. But I had this location. You just paid for each seat that was filled at the event. So that was a great deal for me. Organizing the event, I had no idea. The largest room I could get was 100 people. I thought, well, maybe if I get 25, that's already a success. But I think in 2 weeks it was sold out, and made sure that the year after that we had a bigger room. But that's basically how I started with the Magento. Yeah.
That's incredible. Yeah. I mean, that's so you went straight into events. Like, I don't know anybody else like that that's like, hey, look at this platform. Let's start an event. First thing I thought is, how do I make a few dollars off of this, build a website or two? You're like, let's host a conference, man. That sounds like fun.
Yeah, that's my problem. I never think about earning the dollars with it. That's why I organize events. So like I said, I did Joomla before, and I had a lot of experience in community building already, and I was really aware of that. There's a really important. It's really important to bring those people together, offline and online. And so we started out in mid 2008 with like a blog, and I think we did translations and like a forum. We didn't have Slack back then. So we already had the online part covered. That's what we started with, but I really quickly wanted to do something offline. And I already knew that from the Joomla community, how important that was. So that's why we pushed that, or I pushed that to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, you talking about the name issue. When we first started trying to get involved in the community, maybe 2010. 2011, something like that, we started thinking about trying to put out content, blogging. We started noticing our Magento content was getting a little more traction than anything else we were doing back then. So I registered a domain called Magentology. So it's Magento, Logy, Magentology. It was the science of Magento. And boy, that lasted about a month. And that Facebook page was shut down. And then, once the Facebook page shut down, I just let the domain go. Like, we never even launched the thing. So
How many domains have?
Just letters from Magento. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
How many
I
domains
just
have you
didn't
lost?
I mean,
use
that
anything.
that was the only one I lost to Magento because I didn't try anymore after that. Everything was, let's just do it under eCommerce or something like that, right? But
Major Zan.
Yeah, but Hato, you had a bunch of domains, right?
Yeah, I still have them. Nothing happened because
yeah.
of Europe. And in Europe, we don't really care about U.S. rules around those kind of things. So in Europe, if you, as long as you don't claim to be the brand, then it's fine. So if I would start a Magento.nl and just say, hey, and make perfectly clear, hey, we are a community about Magento, then that's fine. And we can do the same with like Philips or Sony or whatever. As long as you don't pretend to actually be the brand, so there's no confusion there. Brands will have a really hard time to do that. And of course, the old brands, they already own Sony.nl and Philips.nl or .com.
Right.
But if I would say Philips Blenders or Philips Lights or Philips TVs .nl,
Yeah.
and there's no confusion, then that's fine.
So you have like, a display of all the letters you've received from Magento Legal saying, please,
he
would you
wallpapered his bathroom with them.
Yeah,
That would be fun.
I'm
All right.
responsible. I get a lot of these questions. Like those will get escalated up to me internally. Like, hey, what do we think about Magento.sucks? I think we should probably own it. Like, whoever came up with the .sucks TLD is like, simultaneously a genius and then hated by every corporate marketing team on the planet.
Yeah.
It's like, right now we got to spend like another $2,000 a year on a domain.
They're also rolling in coin.
Coin, and not just the Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's funny because I got around the domain thing by buying mgnto.ca, and I used that as my staging server for all my clients when I was doing like full projects. I'm like, mostly clients would just like click on it and they'd be like, oh yeah, it's a Magento server, but Hato is looking up my domain. Look at him go.
He's checking out the security of it.
I still own www.magento.com.
Just like without the dot.
Without the dot.
I own
Not for long,
I'll send you a bottle. I'll send you a bottle of scotch if you'll forward that to my website. To a particular landing page.
I think I already owned that domain name before Magento actually owned Magento.com.
Is it the one with the cat and the little the GIF?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah. See, I actually remember it.
You know the idea.
That's a really good fishing domain.
Because it happens.
That would be a very good fishing domain, yes. And that's why you're about to lose it. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to call. Like, Ben is over there emailing legal right now. You thought Magento was harsh about that. Adobe has a little better legal.
Yo,
I'm
Justin.
assuming.
It's okay. You can buy it from me. That's fine.
For reasonable rates.
For sure.
Some interesting conversation in the chat here. Aaron Sheehan says, Magento 3.0 doesn't have to be a full rewrite of the architecture. It could just be the version where Shipper HQ finally gets bundled in with the core.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how like how much I have to what my NDA is responsible for. Like, what can I? Let me take this for a limit. Oh no, this is Justin calling from legal. No, yeah. I mean, I know there were. I know we looked at all the options. Went the way we went, and it went the way some people thought it was going to go, and. Well, now you see, look at Shipper HQ's business. That's another one of my favorite stories to tell about, seeing someone in a forums, Magento forums back in the early ones, the old expression engine sucky ones, And I just remember she had a float plane, a seaplane for a profile picture. But she was in there like solving these things. I didn't know what the hell a matrix rate was before I got into this business. But she was like basically solved the friends issue because she was Karen was a programmer at Reuters in the UK. But then you look at where that little bit of help has now she's got this multi-million-dollar multiple employee business, moved her family to the U.S. Just all of this opportunity that sprung forth. Magento is interesting in that it was startup capital for so many businesses to do so many things that even go beyond Magento.
Yeah, definitely, and I think her business is doing even better lately. With a lot of people trying to figure out how to handle shipping or pick up in store and things like that. So I think that is that is one of the things that has made this community so great is the opportunity that came along with the growth of the platform. Like if you were here, really at any stage, like the platform has had steady growth. And so, with that comes opportunity, whether you're a developer, whether you're trying to, put together a solution. It was just opportunity for so many of us because if Magento would have never came along and I wasn't doing Magento, I'd probably still have a crappy little web dev firm. I'd be doing shitty work for shitty clients for shitty money. That's pretty much where I would be without, the opportunity that came with this platform and its growth.
I don't think,
And I think also
in e-commerce that they really experienced the .com boom that we had. .com boom. Sorry, the after Magento in 2000. What was it?
2008.
Oh,
2008 was already.
What are we talking about?
You're talking about when the banks crashed and everything, right?
Yeah.
So
I think e-commerce didn't really experience that around me, at least. It was all going great still, despite all of that. That's how fast it was growing back then.
I mean, around here there was. Go ahead, man.
I remember. So the early days of Blue Acorn. I mean, that was not long after I joined Blue Acorn. And Kevin was always great at projections and things, but I remember sitting in there watching bank stocks like bottom out, like Bank of America hits $2 or so. I mean, something ridiculous. Yeah. And, there were two things that were apparent to me within a short amount of time. One was that we really ended up insulated in the e-commerce world. And two, I really wish I'd had some money to invest in bank stocks. I probably wouldn't still be doing Magento.
Well, I mean, around here, being a poor guy from Alabama, like we didn't know anything about it crashing. Like you saw it on the news, and you're like, great, whatever. But our clients were not insulated from it. Like I lost 70% of my income in 3 months from retainers drying up because they were selling things that were no longer being purchased. Right. So, a lot of those deals, a lot of those clients that we had worked for years to build just withered away and died, basically. I mean, a lot of them went out of business. A lot of them, struggled on for a few years, but their retainers, were instantly cut. And so, that was an interesting 3 or 4 months. But luckily for us, again, that came at a time where Magento was starting to take off. So we were able to, to work out some relationships that provided a few opportunities to overcome that and rebuild that income.
In many ways, Magento rose from the ashes of that global, the depression crash, that global crash, because it was just at that time when Magento 1 hit, and stores started moving to it en masse. And I'm not talking about just small stores. I think in 2008. The last job I've done, the last non-Magento job I did was working for GM, which obviously bore the brunt of that crash in 2008. Then I moved directly to building Paramount Pictures digital downloads on Magento. And as I said, it was not small brands picking up Magento in 2008. It was, the biggest some of the biggest movie studios were doing digital downloads on Magento. And I think that was one of those times where I was like, you know what? I'm gonna have to stick around. I'm gonna like put my chips with these Magento guys. This Roy guy and this Yoav guy. It seems like they know what they're doing. Back then, you could call Magento headquarters and speak to Roy's wife, or speak to Yoav. It was pretty amazing.
We keep
Natalia,
losing
that's
Telesh.
Yoav's wife's name, by the way.
Telesh always freezes on the greatest. Like if I freeze, I'd be all like crazy looking. Telesh freezes on the best frames.
He's got one of the better smiles in this ecosystem, though. I mean, look at that's the face of trust right there. So that's an interesting. It's interesting actually. We look at changing markets and stuff. I mean, I don't pretend to understand what the hell the stock market is doing right now. I don't understand our stock price. I don't understand.
I don't understand what the US is doing, but that's a different story.
Yeah,
I don't think the it's pretty even split. Like half the people I know are like, wow, how could we be messing this up so badly? And then half the people I know are like, see, we're not messing up so badly. And yeah, I'm going to say there's a smart half there, and I'll let the listener decide. But it is for sure that this is changing things. I mean, Guido, you and I, we're addressing a different reality from our seats on the Magento Association board, where we were trying to figure out, what we were going to be this year, and then that got changed in a big damn hurry. But for the businesses, there have been a lot of, there have been winners and losers in e-commerce. But I'd say on the whole, I mean, e-commerce in general has been, the amazing winner, and we know that's true, and it's not just Amazon, right? I know my friends over at PayPal they're dealing with a lot of this change has hit them, but I think their business is not hurting from this at all, right? And I assume the same is true from all of the other vendors. I mean, even and they get out even beyond the e-commerce behaviors, because I have seen people, I have seen local businesses actually actively set up contactless payments. So again, stuff that everywhere else in the world is like, yeah, we did that years ago, but we're dealing with another big change, and it's always a fair question. Like, will Magento weather this change well? I'm always an optimist when it comes to Magento, but I think we will, because we're just so damn adaptable. And in the current climate, we're part of this much bigger digital experience organization at Adobe, and we have this much bigger field to play in. But but I think one of the things that I'm working on these days, I have a contact and a colleague in India, and we're working on putting together an e-commerce enablement conference or program through the Girls in Tech organization there, to try and just get people on board with being an e-commerce developer. I still think it's a great. I think it's a career that doesn't really have a specific track or focus in most universities anywhere in the world. But I think if you want to be a developer and you want to get a start in development and you want to be able to make a big splash and have some great job security, e-commerce development's where it's at. Hard to disagree with that. So many opportunities in e-commerce, and it's again we're just scratching the surface. E-commerce is still in its infancy as far as I'm concerned. So it looks like we've just lost Telesh altogether. Like he just completely dropped.
Bye, Telesh. I didn't kick you out of the community this time, Telesh.
It's a self-imposed ban. I'm going to bring Kaylin Jordan on. Is there anybody in particular that has a time crunch? I know I only asked you, Ben, to go for an hour. But if you've got more time, I'll give Telesh some time to figure it out and bring Kaylin in his spot.
Yeah, bring Kaylin in, and then if Telesh wants to come back, I can hop out. I'm always happy to be around to fact check and inform Kaylin. My goodness.
Let me just let Telesh know that I'm going to bring Kalen in his spot.
So let's just rebooting Windows.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
See, this is what I hear when I hear Kalen talking sometimes. This is what I hear when I hear Kalen talking sometimes. What do you think? I think this could be a good like double for Kalen. Probably. I saw this on a video and I just cracked up.
We can just check that when he's on. That's fine.
All right. So, hey, Gino, how are things in? Oh, there he is. Oh, he's in his bunker.
He's in his bunker with the. Man, Kalen posts
I'm in
pictures.
here,
He's
bro.
like, I'm gonna build this thing in my backyard, and it's like the Taj Mahal. And then he builds it, and it's like the size of this glass right here. And he's
Hey, listen, man, it's tough. It's tough to build one of these things, dude. I ran out of juice, and I didn't even finish the dang insulation, man. What are you gonna do?
Can you touch one wall while also touching the other one? Like, can you reach from one
yeah.
end to the other?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Right now.
It's just the
Yeah.
perfect size for his easy chair.
That's it, brother. It's easy, bro. It's a piece of cake. What's going
Everybody
on?
else
guys?
spends like $8,000 on their backdrop. Kalen's like, hey
No,
man,
no,
I put
no,
out
no.
content all the time. We just going studs. We good to go.
TJ spends $8,000 on his background, man. TJ, you
No, I
do
think-
not mess around, dude.
We don't play,
I
man.
think-
We don't play.
I think Kalen has a green screen, and this is his preferred background.
You never know.
Faking it.
You never
He's
know.
faking it.
You never know. I could be faking this whole thing, man. Ben's got a nice background. What's up with that? Why isn't
The wood
anybody making
panelings.
fun of Ben's background?
This is the house I live in, man. This is all 1950s like real pine wood paneling, and I can't even
Oh,
touch the other
shoot.
side of the room. Yeah.
Okay.
Now I will show you. I'm working on some acoustic dampening,
Nice.
and it'll be quite a feature when I get it all put together. But like I just literally, so I had to work, like Adobe gave everyone, when they told us to work at home, they gave everyone like a work from home allotment, like to buy a monitor or something. And then I also found out, I was like, wait, I know when I came on board, I think they said like I could set myself up. So I actually have like a nice motorized desk, and some other accoutrements that go in with this, like monitor arms. So like my laptop here is up on one monitor arm, and then I got a nice 32-inch curved screen.
right.
But yeah, I'm getting kitted out, and I actually have some of like my models here because I mean there's the gold standard is the Jammerzan production
man.
studio.
It's a little
It's
over.
not
then,
even the gold.
it's a little over.
It's so far beyond the gold standard that TJ's taken it. He's taken it to such extremes. It's like the diamond.
The
I
thing
don't
is
even know
I
what to
wished I
call
could
it.
tell you. This is what I've done. This is what I've done. We get a few kickbacks from, if we sell a license to Magento, or if we put somebody on BigCommerce, or hosting partners send us a little bit of revenue. So that is the studio budget. Now, I went a little overboard to get it started, but I spend about I spend a couple of grand a month on the studio. So every month we're trying to take it a little further. So like, we added this, we added a new camera over here.
I'm telling you
We've
guys,
got this
man.
over here. I buy a lot of really expensive whiskey. That's part of the studio budget.
Hey.
What am I supposed to say, right?
Hey TJ. Hey TJ.
Sounds
Have
like
you taken out a
can't
second?
afford a Ferrari.
Yeah. I told you I
Yeah.
could probably afford I can afford to buy it. I can't afford to maintain it because I got a studio addiction.
Yeah,
Have
exactly.
you taken out a mortgage? Have you taken out a mortgage yet to pay for all this? Taken out a second on your?
No, dude. No, I mean we've been
Just
paying bills
cash.
off. It's
Just-
great.
just
Paid the
cash.
credit cards off. Like things have been good so far. COVID has
That's
not been
good.
terrible for us yet. Although, we do need to sell some websites. Somebody needs to help me out. But taking sponsors of the live stream from folks like Mage Mojo really, really help. Put stuff like this together as well. Thank you, Mage Mojo. I appreciate it. We're gonna drink a little. We're gonna drink a little from Mage Mojo here. But
Dude, I
I
should've got
don't
some
know.
Whiskey. All I got is.
It's okay, man. I know you got a LaCroix over there. It's good.
I think I hear Kalen coming back, or Telesh coming back.
No, I think Telesh said she's going. Oh, is that in the modem?
There he is.
That's how his internet connection has been this live stream. But I
You've
wish I
got
could show
Telesh.
you. Like, we just upgraded the lights here. We've got new lights. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 monitors. The 65-inch 4K TV there that's controlling everything. It's
absurd.
It is. I would
It's
agree
absurd.
that it is absurd. But
Have
the
you looked
great
I feel
thing
like
is,
it
is
has
I-
to- I have the
you
minimum
looked into
flare.
YouTube, there you go. TJ, have you looked into YouTube Streamers Anonymous yet?
I
Yeah,
probably
hey, my
need
name's
to.
PJ.
The thing is I enjoy it too much. Like, I enjoy. The thing is we haven't got, or we're at least borderline getting enough results from the content to justify the costs. Let's just say that we're borderline justifying the cost.
It's a profitable addiction. It's a healthy addiction.
It's been all right.
You know?
Like, we get this is our main marketing tool at this point. Like, all of our opportunities, we don't, being a small agency, we're not getting a ton of opportunities directly from Magento. We're not getting a ton of
What's up with that,
opportunities
Ben?
directly from BigCommerce. It's
Where's
not
the-
Ben's department,
Where's the
but
referrals at, Ben? Where's the
our
referrals at,
opportunities
Ben?
are
Can you
coming
work
from
on
the
that?
content.
Yeah.
The referrals, they're out there. They are few and far between.
Make the referrals flow in, man. Just sprinkle that referral juice.
Hey, I need merchants to start spending some more damn money on enterprise software, and we can keep this machine rolling. I don't know why people aren't just jumping to spend millions of dollars in software right now.
I don't know.
It's tough out there for a lot of folks. So, Kalen, I've asked everybody else this. I want to hear,
Yes,
how
sir.
did you get involved in Magento? Like, how did you come to
Oh,
be
man.
involved in Magento?
This man Ben Marks right here. So I was, I was at a job. I was a project manager. I'd gone from being a developer to I was doing PHP stuff, and then I was doing freelance work. And I took on this project, this big Flash project. Had no idea what I was doing, and so it kind of crashed and burned. And I had to get a job. I had to get a job and close up shop. So I get a job as a project manager. And I'm just miserable. I've been there 4 years. I'm like the dumb guy in the room now because I'm not a developer anymore. I know what you guys are going to say. Don't say it. Okay, the joke kind of makes itself, but
We
don't
said
say
nothing.
it. But I'm like, so anyway, so I'm like, man, I want to get back into development. And I ended up picking Magento. I was kind of evaluating different, I was looking at ZenCart, I was looking at eCommerce, and then I ended up picking Magento. And then I watched all of Ben's training stuff every night. I'd get off of work, and then every night I'd watch that crazy character, and then got ready for the certification. And then I had a freelance project that was kind of the first project I worked on, and then I got a job at Sweet Tooth. So yeah, dude, I would sit at home after work, hating life, and like just looking at that guy explain Magento 1 to me, and it was like this new stage of my life, and it's gone great, like, so I owe it all. I owe it all to that man right there.
So
Well,
if you hadn't have found
That's
Magento,
you.
if you hadn't have found Magento and Ben Marks' videos, where would you be? Like, what would you be doing?
ZenCart, dude. I was so close to going all the way in on eCommerce, man, because I did a little. I got so stuck on Magento once that I was like, I can't do this. I'm not going to do this. And I was going to go hard on ZenCart, but yeah. So it would not be pretty. I'd be like, you talk about end of life software. I'd be.
You might own
Did
it.
it
though.
ever even have a life?
You might have been able to right that ship, and you might be the Kalen Commerce guy, the fork of eCommerce, because you'd have named it
guy.
after yourself. Yeah.
We would
True.
have
Yeah.
Zen Hero, and we would have Zencast.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
you'd be the guy everybody's like, that guy walked in the room and I just kind of forgot how to speak English because he was the founder of all of this that we're all working for.
He would have started a programming framework, K-Level or something, and
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know about all that. I don't know.
Kalen casts and.
Yeah.
I remember. I think what was the first time I met you, Kalen? Was that at the like in person? Was that at the Magento headquarters when you came out for the hackathon? I want to say it was like
It might have been. You gave me a hard
2012.
time. You're like, man,
Well,
this guy's
yes.
all over the place, and he's.
It was amazing. No, it was simultaneously amusing but also amazing because Kalen shows up like you've forgotten something, like you forgot your keyboard or your monitor or your laptop or something. So but he's over there, and we were like you're going through things, and you were going like a mile a minute, and I've never seen anyone just pour out that volume of work so fast, and it totally explains to me like how you've been able to build Mage Mail and then build Commerce Heroes and and get them to where they are now. Do you have an employee now?
No, I did. I've gone back and forth on hiring like support and stuff like that, and then it never quite works out. I go back to doing everything myself. So
he goes back to automating them out of a job. He hires a person. He's like, I could just write some code to do all this on a Saturday.
I'm not good with people. But
you've put up with Philip Jackson for this long, so that's pretty amazing.
The hiatus is over.
Man, it was so nice to have an episode of Mage Talk to listen to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. That's been fun. It's been cool.
All right, Alan McGregor in the chat says he found Magento because of OS Commerce. I would argue that the best thing that ever happened to Magento was OS Commerce coming right before it.
Yeah.
Varian was doing OS Commerce, right? So.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep,
I mean, that's the reason Magento exists. It's the reason most of us like it was literally built as the anti-OS Commerce. And all of us, like, it had a built-in community because we were all frustrated with OS Commerce. And they're like, here's the solution. And we're like, yeah, let's do that.
That is what Roy recognized. And he saw the opportunity, and boy, did they knock it out of the park.
Yeah, I wish I could go back and write that software. It sucks to be the guy who's been around forever, and you see all these people do these genius things, and you're like, what was I doing at that point? Like, did I not see any of this coming? Like, here's my claim to fame at this point. You guys know what Fanatics is? It's like one of the biggest e-commerce sites on the internet. They sell like sports stuff, jerseys, things like that. But they're like the official provider of the MLB and NCAA and NFL and all of that stuff. I literally pitched their business model to a company 3 years before they even started. And that company looked at it and they're like, yeah, that seems too complicated. And that was the end of it. Like that was the end. Like I didn't have any money. I didn't say, let's go now do that without them. It was like, hey, here's an idea. And they're like, nah. And then it just died. So I could be like a trillionaire. Do what?
If it was easy, someone else would do it. Right?
If it was easy, I would have done it, apparently.
No.
But that didn't work out.
I don't know. That's studio. That doesn't look too easy.
It's not that hard.
With a couple of them.
I tried to get the dang Shure mics to work, and I gave up on that because you had to get the cloud lifter, and I was getting all this weird interference and stuff. And I literally bought a cloud lifter, but I haven't hooked it up yet because I was like, I don't want to mess with it. This one works, it's fine, But that, I threw in the towel at that. And
you should come over sometime. You don't want me to show you. You don't want to see this. If you stopped at the cloud lifter, you're like, oh my god, I gotta like plug the XLR into this end and then plug another one into that end and like that. I gotta plug in two cables.
No way.
I'm done. I'm buying another microphone.
Guido's been stepping it up a notch. Though,
He's got a nice setup.
I don't have a couple of grand a month though, but I'm trying. So I have my own podcast now, so that's nice. It's a weekly one. It's really hard. So kudos to you guys keeping it up for so long.
It's tough. Yeah, it's tricky. Is that the Dutch? Is that the Dutchento one or?
No. So the Magento is the one that we do very irregularly, but I have since beginning of 2019 Zero Cafe, and it's since this year it's
okay, yeah.
partially in English. So we talk about Zero related stuff, conversion rate optimization.
Oh,
It's
you're
weekly,
learning
but
English.
yeah. Well,
Hey, Hito, while I'm thinking about it, before I forget about it, my family, my wife's family, who's watching this stream, is asking me for some Stroop waffles, and so I need to PayPal you a little bit of dollar, a few dollars there. I need to get some legit Stroop waffles sent over.
well, Magento people from the US keep telling me that they're actually sold in the US.
They are sold in, like, I need some legit ones. I'm trying to
He
get
wants-
some street cred here, right? Like, I'm trying to get,
Dude.
I know somebody, I'm going to get some legitimate ones sent. We're not going to buy this crap that they just ship over here and you can order from Amazon. So,
Dude,
Yeah,
the ones
it's
at
great
Target,
beef
it tastes
stroke.
great.
the ones,
The
at
ones
Target.
at Target, man, they taste great. I'm not even lying, man.
I mean,
but
tell the family like they need to do the right thing and just go over to Amsterdam. That's how you do it. Then you go to the shop and you get the little bits in the bag and
I
Yeah,
was
that's
thinking of
right.
going this year, but unfortunately that did not pan out. Yeah.
Jill just said it in the
Yeah,
comments. That, instead of the Ferrari and instead of the studio, she wants to go to the Netherlands. So
Yes. I mean, I was really thinking of going this year. We were really thinking of
yeah.
making the trip, or maybe, going to Meet Magento UK or something like that. But it's
then
not
TJ
going to work out
spent
this year, but maybe next year.
$9,000. And then TJ spent $9,000 on that floating, like that thing that does your like camera motion, like your like motion angles or something like that.
It was
That's so
$400,
crazy.
but okay. We did order a new this
that's
month is networking equipment. I ordered a new. Like, I had a little conversation on Twitter, and folks are like, "You need this router and this access points and all of this stuff." So we ordered a bunch of that crap that's supposed to be in the next couple of days because I have fiber optics, but my Wi-Fi is faster than if you're hardlined in. Like, I got 400 up and down Wi-Fi, but I've got like 90 up and down if you're actually wired in, which is just ludicrous.
That's
So
weird.
We're rebuilding
Yeah.
the whole thing.
Yeah, that is weird.
Yeah, networking. I hate
don't keep
networking.
it.
Networking is like hosting.
Yeah.
Like, nobody likes hosting.
Nobody likes messing around with that stuff.
Nobody.
Yeah.
Unless
I
they're
just wanna
working
go
with
to-
Mage Mojo.
Unless they're working with Mage Mojo. I would be willing to bet they don't even like hosting. They're just like, there's a lot of money in this crap. We need to do it. Like, people want it. It sucks. It's like a garbage man. Nobody really wants to be a garbage man, but then they're like, garbage men get paid pretty good. So,
Yeah.
we're going to be a garbage man.
Yeah.
Chris
Yeah,
Brown
I
says
feel
they
we've
taste
taken the
better
turn.
in Amsterdam. Yeah, well, this is just a
Who, the garbage
conversation.
man?
We don't care. No, the garbage man tastes. That's what we were talking about. That must have been what he was commenting on.
Oh man.
Oh man, I'm just checking out the chat here. I don't know. The chat has gotten on work area for some reason or another.
Oh, the new that's a commerce thing, right?
Yeah, I guess.
I know
Matt,
nothing
That
about
one
it.
has the weirdest. That is the weirdest name for an e-commerce platform. I don't care. I don't care what else you throw at me. Work area sounds like a project management tool. That makes no sense that that's an e-commerce platform. Like,
Yeah, work area
I
sounds like Monday. Wait, what?
did
Well,
they pivot from
I think
something?
Matt works at work area in the chat here. So senior solutions
shoot.
engineer at work area. He mentions we were talking about football fanatics when I said that I pitched that idea 3 years before they came out. He says his first job was implementing Google Analytics in Fanatics back when they were football fanatics. Back when work area was called WebLink, which was his first e-commerce job.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very cool.
It doesn't.
Well, I
mean,
want to know the story. I want to know the story on that name because it just makes no sense at all. I have to say, I need to know the backstory on that.
Maybe they just had
You
a
know?
domain name.
it's a good domain. like it's a good name, but you're right. If you were just thinking of branding, like work area doesn't make you think instantly e-commerce. Magento
No.
doesn't either, but Magento doesn't really make you think of anything except for maybe Marvel superheroes. You know, if
Yeah,
you
it's
think
generic.
Magneto or something like that. So it is a generic term that could be anything. So, but work area, yeah, okay. I'm thinking like, is this OSHA? Is this like health and safety regulation related? Not sure. So it's an interesting name. I mean, seems to be working for them though. All right.
Where is this
Super-
chat?
Where's this?
Right?
We're on YouTube. We're on YouTube, man. Go to youtube.com
Okay.
/e-commerceaholic. You can see the chat.
YouTubes.
Matt says, to be fair, what's a Magento? That's what I'm saying. But Magento's just nothing. Like work and area are two words that make sense. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not knocking work area. It's just,
It came
If
from
you
the
were-
color.
Yeah, so it came from the color. Now, I will say this, and this used to carry a lot more weight before he was found to be maybe less than savory. But Steve Wynn, when we had to have him, we had him before he was a bad guy. The first Imagine that we did at the Wynn, our keynote speaker fell through at the last minute, and Mr. Wynn just agreed to step in. We just had to throw some money to a charity, and it was a hilarious. It was like your drunk uncle was giving a keynote, and so he was saying some outrageous stuff that would just like get away. But my favorite story of that was like everyone back then. People were trying to get everyone to focus on the name eBay, like eBay Enterprise, eBay Enterprise, eBay Enterprise, and they were explaining to him like what the conference was, and they just kept emphasizing eBay Enterprise. And then a few minutes in, someone said Magento. And he stopped everyone right then. He just said, wait, what was that? What did you just say? I said, Magento. The software is Magento, and this is what the conference is. And he just, Magento. That's magical. And he just loved the name. He didn't want anything to do with eBay. And he never, I don't even think he said eBay Enterprise during the whole thing. He said Magento about 20 times. It was great. I want to make it clear, I'm not knocking on work area. I can't, I don't know anything about work area, and which is interesting. I tend to hear when new stuff comes out, but work area hasn't really popped up into my. I'll make a note though. I'm going to look into work area.
yeah. Well, Alan McGregor in the chat said, now that said, work area is a pretty cool platform, and I've heard good things about it. So, not
Yeah, I feel like
knocking
I've
it,
heard
just a
good
fun
things, too.
conversation.
Yeah. We're just talking crap, man. So,
It's a new approach to e-commerce. I'm sure my handlers are really happy. Like, oh, are you literally reading the work area site on a Magento live stream?
It's as a funeral, man. We can say anything we want.
See how work area stacks up to Magento. We can view the comparison right here.
Let's do it.
Oh man,
Four
they got a lot of
let's take the platform.
check marks.
Should we pull it up?
Oh, wow.
Should I see if I can? I mean, it's going to
let's
take me a second to get it on the stream here. So somebody needs to.
Dude,
This is exactly
somebody
the
needs-
direction they want this to go.
Somebody needs to talk. Somebody needs to talk. No, I mean, I've
Let's
actually
dive in.
I've been looking at possibly doing some work area stuff, but some content. But all right, so I'm gonna go to, was it workarea.com there, Ben?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like they cover a lot. There's a little bit more coverage of features in their open source version. So they have an open source and a Commerce Cloud version, and their open source version comes with some of the goodies that we reserve for the enterprise. It's like customer segmentation, content staging.
All right, so we're gonna try this out real quick right here. Let's see, where's the compare to Magento?
If you scroll down, it's one of the callouts.
I'm not sure if I can scroll down or not.
Problem is, you can never trust those feature comparisons.
Well, I think
They're always
it's
like
you.
so insanely biased,
Actually,
They're
so
like,
this should be, but actually, I mean, they have the B2B features. I mean, this actually looks pretty up and up.
Actually, is pretty. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It is actually pretty decent, and really the point of it is to say that they have a lot of the open source features that you'd have to pay for with enterprise. But like integrated blog, Okay, like integrated blog is one of the things on their list that they have, and that Magento doesn't. Like, come on, what like is that? Does that matter? Does that really matter?
I'm gonna, yeah,
Maybe.
I have to look at this feature. I mean, this is my advice. So, kind of going back to my e-commerce agency days, my advice for people is always like, look at this stuff, but basically just match your requirements to this, to the list here, and think about what's important. I mean, so like in the Magento world, you would say, well, okay, no, Magento doesn't ship with a blog integration, but there are several that integrate with. There are several that integrate with popular blog platforms, and so that way you kind of get the benefit of two sort of two vendors that own their own space well. Now, of course, there's always cost and maintenance. All these things require evaluation, but they're dinging us on the complete API. That's a fair call out.
It feels like
call
we're
out.
going to make Ben walk on eggshells.
I really think
No,
it's a great
so
live
what-
stream. If you just bring Ben
What
on and
jobs
make
do
him
they
walk on
have
eggshells.
open? What jobs do they have open?
like he can't.
I'll have to
stand
get
work
all
area.
new shit.
He has to be nice, and then it's like. It's just,
Honestly, if
we're
you
putting
take
him
the
in a possible situation.
If you take the Magento logo and flip it upside down, it's almost a W and an A. So it's almost work area.
enough.
You just flip it over, you're good to go.
Yeah.
But seriously, Matt, hit me up. Let's do a stream about work area. I want a demo. I want you to live stream
No,
me a
that's a
demo.
good idea.
Yeah.
It's a good idea. Yeah, it's a really good idea.
We talking
Have you
about
done
history.
any
The
live
upside
stream?
down Magento logo is actually the variant logo.
What was that?
The upside
Oh, that's
down
right.
upside down Magento logo is actually the variant logo. If we're talking about history, anyway.
By the way, why does Guido's audio sound so much better than everybody else's?
Because he's
Oh,
awesome.
sounds
He's
better
got it
now.
dialed in.
Is it because
we-
he's
we
just
have the
talking?
same-
His technique is strong. Like,
Yes.
it sounds even better. Than
But we-
TJ's.
It's the Dutch. It's that Dutch voice.
It is.
It's a Dutch accent. Yeah.
He's
Do we
running.
have the
He's
same
running
mic?
his through an equalizer that's boosting the bass. Like he's got that bass turned way up on it.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he
Yeah.
does. TJ's got you
It's
figured
called
out.
the Roadcaster Pro.
Yeah.
Google that. Yes.
Google it.
Feel
It
like-
needs a cloud lifter.
Feels like the feels like the beginning of a movie every time Guido talks. It's like in a world.
Oh, work area was called WebLink. Okay, I see.
Yeah, that was back when they were called
I'm
WebLink.
a little more.
I'm pretty sure I said that.
I
I'm
remember.
pretty sure.
TJ said that.
Somebody
like 10
talking?
minutes ago. Here's the other real
WebLink.
passive aggressive thing in their feature
I'm pretty
list.
sure.
It's-
I'm pretty sure locally
Sorry.
WebLink was a telecom. Like you could just get like dial-up internet from WebLink here locally. I mean, I'm not
Yeah.
joking. I'm not making a joke about their name. I'm almost certain WebLink was a local telecom at some point back in the early 2000s.
Yeah, it sounds like a 90s hosting provider or something.
Yeah.
But the other real passive aggressive thing in here is it says complete API. And and work
I
area
just
has
said that.
checked. Oh, did you?
He did say that. Nobody's listening
Yeah,
to
they call
anybody.
What about site content search? That's not true. Magento doesn't have a search. I don't buy
Well,
that.
Let me explain to you how marketing works. And I haven't even looked at WebLink's site other than trying to pull it up on this and it not working too well for me. Like it's not their site. It's anyway, some technical limitations of the live stream. But this is how marketing works. A lot of companies do a couple of things. One is called checkboxing. And so they'll do something where they can just check a box. Like, do we have multi-site capabilities? Yes. They don't. What they mean is you can log in once and go to multiple sites, but there's not true multi-site capabilities. It's also one of those things where, do you have complete API coverage? Yes. And the reason we have complete API coverage, again, not talking about work area in particular, but we have complete API coverage because we have no functionality. So all of the functionality we have, the little bit of stuff we have APIs on that. And so you're welcome to use those. Now, if you need to do something, we don't have that at all. But
We got three.
we got complete
features.
coverage. Hey, the shit
got
we put
complete
together, we're 100% covered on the APIs. And again, not talking about work area in particular. I'm just saying marketing is a very funny thing.
Here's how you know one of these feature comparison charts is totally biased, right? There are 0 features that Magento has checked and work area does not have checked. That's how you would
That's
know
always
they're
the
being
case.
honest, right? That's always the
Yeah.
case. That's always the case. It's like blue check, blue check, blue check, and then there's a couple with no orange checks. Come on, guys. Let me see something with an orange check and no blue check. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? I want some
It's got to be
orange
something.
checks.
There's no, unless you just targeted Magento for your build, there's no way you have 100% of their coverage, 100%
You don't
of their
have Ben Marks.
functionality. You don't have Ben Marks.
You don't have
Yeah,
Ben
exactly.
Marks. That's for damn sure. I want to see Ben Marks as a friggin'
Well,
grid
up until this year, I was a substantial liability when it comes to travel expenses. So that could be a plus.
Yeah, but add in a checklist for the best community or something.
Yes.
Community podcast.
right. Like you should have
I
an
am gonna
item
have
that
to
says
look at
has
this more, though.
complete community or something like that, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, we're really trashing work area. I mean, we're really going to.
We're not
really
trashing
going to
work
town.
area. We're
I mean-
just having a good time. Hey, listen, I'm going to go ahead and say it. For anybody that happens to stumble across this shitty live stream and actually sees us and think we're trashing work area is a fine platform. If you're considering work area Magento, just do your research, right?
If you
Don't
have
trust
no idea
don't
what
trust
you're
their
doing,
check boxes. Don't trust Magento's check boxes. Do your own research.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of, this group can kind of make fun of other things when we know about them, because I think we're pretty damn self-deprecating when it comes to Magento, because for those of you who have found this stream, Magento ain't perfect.
It is far from that.
But, I think Matt in the chat from work area is now looking into to hiring a Ben. So I think it's ben@magento.com where you can send your offer to.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just
You're
send
gonna
it
have-
right
yeah,
away.
You're gonna need a lot of money to cover all that travel expense, though. So make sure that you, serious
Well, not in
inquiries
the
only.
US. Corona's doing
Yeah.
great in the US, so not.
Yeah, we
That's
we
true.
can't go anywhere.
That's true.
It's going to be
That's true.
very cheap next year.
You know, I'm actually curious, Guido, to completely change topics, but as far as M1 goes in the Netherlands, are people? I would assume that there's probably a good amount of people still on M1, and they're going to continue with it, or is that not at all the case? Like, I'm actually curious.
Yeah, so we did actually did a podcast or a live stream this afternoon for the Dutch market, and so we looked at Build With, and according to Build With, we have 5,500 shops on Magento 1 still, 5500, and on Magento 2 that's 3,200, 3200. So we still have more Magento 1 shops than Magento 2 shops.
No, I don't know how it holds up for your data, but based on the data I've seen thus far, and a little bit of research with a limited subset of that data, I think about a third of those Magento 1 merchants are actually merchants. Like, when I say actually merchants, I mean actually doing transactional e-commerce and trying to grow an e-commerce business. I think about a third of the M1 merchants that I've looked at, and I've went through about 750 of them, and out of those, about a third were serious, and 2/3 of them were, not doing anything, or they were some sort of flat. Like, literally, it seemed like 10% of them were some flower shop network. Like, somebody decided we're going to set up Magento in a multi-site environment with the same template for flower shops. Stuff like
I
that.
think I know that client.
Yeah, probably. He's got a bunch of them. He's got a bunch of them.
It is buildwith.com data, so there's some caveats to that, of course. But assuming those caveats are the same for Magento 1 and Magento 2, that's roughly the number that we have, and that might be bigger than it should be or smaller than it should be, but that's roughly, I think, the percentage. For Magento 1 and Magento 2. We were also discussing this morning.
Go ahead.
Yep. So we were discussing that. We think that most Magento merchants, and we were also looking at build with at where they are going, and that's WooCommerce and Shopware are on the top of the list, at least for shops in the Netherlands. And I think things like WooCommerce and Shopware, I think they are at the point, of course, not necessarily technology-wise, of course, that's matured, but they are at the point in their life cycle that Magento was like 10 years ago. And apparently a lot of those shops didn't mature in the rate that Magento did, and that's why they're now going through these kinds of platform. Magento grew way faster than those shops did, and has outgrown a lot of those merchants, and they are fine with Magento 1 or other platforms, and will never go to Magento 2.
I mean, it sounds reasonable. The thing is I don't know. I'm just even if those numbers are off, it's still very intriguing that we are sitting here on the last day of Magento 1, and there are more Magento 1 merchants than there are Magento 2 merchants. Like, that's still a bit insane when they've known for quite some time at this point. So, how long do we... Go ahead.
I think it's a completely different product than it was when Magento 1 came out. The types of merchants it spoke to is completely different than Magento 2 is speaking to. And besides that, the ecosystem is totally different. So you would make different choices right now for Magento 2. There's a lot more competition, a lot more things to consider, I think, than back then. Back then, we just all said, thank God for Magento, because it was so bad back then what we had around then. So everyone just leapt on going for Magento. This is so much better, even with all the issues that it had. It is so much better than we had. So everyone, even if it's maybe not the perfect platform for you, you went with Magento because that was the go-to solution back then. And those are the ones that are still on Magento that today, in today's situation, would never make the choice for Magento, which makes sense, but that's the history Magento carries.
Totally.
So what are your thoughts on that, Ben? The fact that we're sitting here last day and there's still more Magento 1 installs than Magento 2?
Put him in the hot seat. Put Ben in the hot seat.
Oh, man, the seat. It's still the same temperature. KJ. I was aiming to get you to spit
You
that.
timed that well.
Yeah, I mean, philosophically, I wish I wish that Magento 2 could have been a more direct successor, to Magento 1. Like, having the kinds of customizations that the people who chose Magento essentially they self-select into. It makes updating that application a bit of a challenge. Like when we had to, because we went from, you look at all the changes that happened. Like I was glad Magento came along when it did, but like 2008, like cloud computing, testing PHP code, just even how much I think we've seen, or at least I've seen, developer mentality change with social media, how we work together with GitHub. Like none of this stuff existed in 2008. We didn't have a package manager like Composer. So, we were modernizing all of that. We had some, we had some missteps with, we definitely repeated like the prototype JS choice, same circumstances, like sort of the market could go one way or the other, and it definitely did not go the knockout way, unless your name is Yissa. And we find ourselves where we are now because, there are, it's not just the tech updates, it's also that, as Guido was pointing out, you had so many, Magento 1, it served every merchant from the mom and pop, and the small office, home office merchant who's like, it's almost a hobby. And then Magento was also being used by these massive sites. It was a great, Yoav actually just found and republished Um, him explaining like the enterprise edition, like they actually had enterprise users, but those people were trying to be very quiet about it because they needed an enterprise relationship with the company that was producing the software. That was part of the impetus for enterprise edition. So you have all of these things where you've got maybe a changing market. We're now part of an Adobe strategy, a much bigger strategy, and there are a whole bunch of people that aren't so well served. And in 2008, SaaS commerce isn't so great. It's freaking awesome now. I mean, you work with BigCommerce. There's a lot of stuff that Shopify does. They have a huge ecosystem. I mean, I follow like Kelly Vaughn, who's a big member of that ecosystem. There's a lot of really cool stuff happening in that world, and I want merchants. I want merchants to be on the right platform for them. I've always said that, and I will always say that, because anything else is just wasting everybody's time and money. It slows us all down collectively. But where we're going from here now, it's in the hands. It's almost like before the cutoff. I think Adobe had to be Adobe, and you saw some of the other vendors like PayPal, not PayPal. Well, maybe PayPal to a degree, but like Visa and MasterCard, and they were coming after people with a stick, right? Saying like, upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. But now that this moment in time has happened and we've literally flipped the switch, I think now we actually can have maybe some more open and earnest engagement with paths forward for these people, because you do need to be moving somewhere. I know the folks at Mage One, talk about stay on it forever, which was not their original messaging. Like their original messaging, I always thought was like, hey, we don't really want to prolong Magento 1 unnecessarily, but for those of you who are stuck, you should, consider us. But I think it's changed now. They're just like, yeah, stay on Magento 1 forever. I think that's maybe not the healthiest idea. So you have Nexus, you have WebScale, you have some of the hosts stepping up to provide these safe harbor services. So you're going to still have people sticking around Magento 1. And I think as long as they're on Magento 1, there's maybe some chance to capture them for Magento 2. Because a lot of them, the reason they're on Magento, like I was saying, is because they needed a level of customization that you just can't get with some of the SaaS platforms. It's just part of that trade-off. And then in the meantime, it does give a chance for others to swoop in. Like Shopware, I think, is making some targeted and tactical moves on Magento, the smaller end of the Magento ecosystem, especially in DACH. And I mean, Work Area probably has an opportunity in this moment as well. So, but I think we all need to continue to like support merchants who are on Magento 1, but just get them focused on, they need to be going somewhere else. And it's not just because security, because I actually think security is going to be less of a problem. I mean, Magento 1's an old ass platform. Like, it's been around for a while. You're going to need the other stuff, the other tech around it's going to be timing out. So like MySQL versions are going to age out, PHP is going to age out, but the real, like I think a real trouble spot is going to be there's no feature development on Magento 1. There's no vendor there making that, like, adapting and shaping the future with what they're rolling out for features, and that's a big risk for any merchant to take, right? So that I think becomes the message in this post. I almost said post COVID. Jesus, I wish in this post EOL moment. It really is a chance for us to get people on, and if we can get like this API, complete API vision of Magento, and where I think we're taking the product, in a quick enough time frame, then maybe someone can build an entire business around it. But if you look at the numbers for coming out of Built With, I think you have a substantial ecosystem. Substantial ecosystem. That we can hopefully build. Yeah, we could shim everything together like eCommerce. But there's plenty of business opportunity around Magento 1. So that's my take for right now, for what it's worth.
Do you think the opportunity exists to build a business from the ground up on Magento 2, like start from scratch on Magento 2, like what we saw with Magento 1? You know, because
As
you're
an
not going to have
agency,
the.
or-
Yeah, well, I mean, as anything, right? Like as Shipper HQ, as an agency, as a module creator. There are just so many different ways you could have built a business when you've got this rapidly growing e-commerce platform that is the standard by which e-commerce platforms are judged. Whereas in Magento 2, you know, it is
honestly,
what it is.
TJ, I think it's extraordinary. It would be extraordinary for like the stories that we're familiar with in this ecosystem, where someone does a little bit of development, you know, or you like me, Blue Acorn, Ben Mark, you know, Kevin and Ben, like sitting in a room and satisfying these client requirements, basically able to take like, okay, hey, you know, doing like $20,000 builds. I don't see that really happening in the Magento 2 world at all. And if it is happening, I think those are outliers. So in that regard, I'd say no. I think if you're taking on Magento work, you're either working for a merchant that's using Magento 2 and is probably of a certain size, or you're at an agency, or you have an agency that has some technical prowess, and have the bench and the bench in the bank to ramp up on M2 and be that full service. But like, yeah, I don't see the market there for like, for like sub $100,000 merchants. Like, I don't see Magento 2 as a viable option for them at all. There may be some exceptions, but again, I think those are exceptions rather than what you should expect.
Absolutely. We've got quite a conversation going on here in the chat. Like, I don't even know if I can find all of the messages that were going on in the chat, but a lot of people were bringing up Magento Go as really is validation for SaaS e-commerce. Like, Magento Go was Magento, the industry leader at the time, saying SaaS is a thing that we should all be paying attention to. Kaylin, did you have any experience with Magento Go?
I didn't have any direct experience. I think at the time, Sweet Tooth, I believe, was working on some things that I was looking at. But no, I do remember hearing that some of the architects behind it said, well, what I do remember hearing at one point, we were building something multi-platform at Sweet Tooth, and they were kind of like, we were going to do a similar thing, which was like multi-tenant within a single Magento instance. Is that what we're going to do? Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. And then they were like, don't go that route. Madness lies that way. Because I believe that was how it was architected initially, and they hit some snags. But yeah, Magento Go. Shout out to Magento Go.
Magento Go was never going to last because they were never able to. They were working with a guy named John Barry to try and do this like PHP JavaScript API thing. It kind of, in some ways, you could see it as a precursor to the eCommerce. Basically, write code in one place, and you could extend it, but they never could figure out how to build extensibility against this. Not idiomatic, like this kind of idempotent operation, right? So basically, not idempotent, but essentially, like you have imagine Magento as a compiled thing. They wanted, basically, we're trying to figure out like how can we run this stuff on our infrastructure, but then allow people to customize functionality, and like they couldn't get it right. And so therefore it was entirely limited. And at that point, Shopify is the obvious choice, right? And Matt's actually, Matt from Work here is making this, I think, that exact point here. So Shopify has eaten the start from scratch ecosystem, much lower barrier to entry, which comes its own longer term issues. So I mean, like, we've also faced this reality in the Magento ecosystem, it came to a head with Shoplift back in 2015. I think that was about the time frame. That was when we realized, like, oh crap, maybe all of these people running Magento stores, a lot of them probably shouldn't be. right? Because they haven't been putting any money into their, like, oh, we used a free software to start our store and we don't want to put any money into it. And that's not a responsible attitude at all. But the brand suffered because of that. And, Shopify solves that problem. But, it enables commerce up to a point. But then if you're going to make that next step, you have to have a whole different kind of thinking about it.
So does headless commerce open the door for Magento to go with some sort of SaaS offering again?
In some ways, I'd say yes, but I would say SaaS is probably, it may be the wrong term. I mean, I've seen this convergence happening, right? You've had the SaaS players trying to be more and more open and flexible, and then you've seen the completely open and flexible, like try and make infrastructure and reliability less of an issue. And so they're naturally kind of coming together. And I think you're going to, in the future, in a few years from now, we'll see the battle, like sort of the battle lines as they are actually pretty, they're going to be as gerrymandered as like some of the voting districts. I mean, we're just going to be like notching out little territories here and there. I think what we have a vision of is like if for stuff that you want to run like in your own infrastructure, maybe you can run it in your own infrastructure, and then other parts of the application can run in ours. I think that's the theory. In practice, that's really tough. But in general, I think we know we have to continue facilitating customization. I mean, that is everything. That Magento is customization. That is the bread and butter. And along with our ecosystem that executes that customization. But what I know we're trying to do is answer those questions of like making serverless a reality, right? I mean, serverless as a term is just I don't. There's no more poetically bullshit term in all of computerdom than serverless, right? But the idea behind serverless of like I'm just on my command line and I'm just doing things and they're just working, like so that the infrastructure, the where and the how, like all of that stuff, it's seamless. You don't even think about it as a developer anymore. And it's like one of those things you have to explain to a junior developer when they come in for the first day of work. Like, okay, do these commands, and like, okay, I've done these commands. Now explain what happens. And they'll be like, well, like my computer did this. Like, wrong, someone else's computer did this. But that's, now that you know that, now you can get to work, and we'll expect this stuff to work. That's as far down that path as I can go. Better people to answer these questions would be Anton Krill, Igor Maniello, or even Jason Woosley.
Let's invite them.
Anybody got their number? Somebody text them. Let them know. I'll send them a link.
Everybody's on vacation this week.
We're gonna have to kick. Yeah, I hit up Sherry, and Sherry's like, "Hey, I'm off this week." I'm like, "Okay." She's probably whale watching or something like that. Much more fun than being on this crummy live stream. But I suckered you guys into it, so we're all good.
I suckered myself into it, so.
Yeah, Kaylin's like, "How do I get on this live stream?" And I was like, "Well, that's good news because I was just about to invite you."
Slipped right in.
Just slid.
Man, what a day. M1, end of life. How are you guys feeling on an emotional level about all this? That's what I want to know. Guido, how are you feeling?
I'm broken, man.
Really?
I'm just broken.
Are you kidding? No, he's always kidding. Guido's kidding 100% of the time.
It's been a great journey, right? I mean, it's a ride of a lifetime, I think. To experience this, especially from the beginning. Well, for me, the beginning was 2008, but really fairly early days from Magento. I don't think I'm going to see something like this again, or experience something like this again in this magnitude. And making friends all over the world. That's what it enabled, right? I mean, doing this on this scale making friends in so many countries, traveling I traveled for Magento events. I mean, I'm not at the Ben Marks level, of course, but I traveled
Nobody's
to
there.
25 countries. I went to 25 different countries. Been able to um, get a taste of their culture and join many first Magento events, which was a lot of fun. In especially those in Asia are great. Those are very. They tend to surprise you in different in different ways.
Shout out to Vietnam.
Give us an
Vietnam,
example.
you're one.
How do they
Yeah,
surprise you? Give us an example.
Yeah, the bikini contest at the end of Meet Magento Vietnam first year was
Well,
something.
But
bikini
Guido looks
contest
great in
or-
the bikini, though. Guido really looks great
Yes.
in the bikini, though. So
Did you win?
Exactly.
Did you win?
that was good to find out.
No, so Ben was also there, so there's no real chance. So,
Okay.
but Ben, and also seeing Ben play some kind of instrument in Vietnam.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know what it was, but
Musical
I thought
instrument.
Ben- yeah, musical instrument. Period. Not sure what it was, but also China. That was a great one.
China.
But getting to meet so many great people in so many cultures, actually, and all working towards the same thing in building a great e-commerce experience for their customers. I think that's been a great ride, and so no, I'm not broken, but I don't think that's it's definitely it's an amazing period that's now. Ending somehow. I don't see this happening with Magento 2 for me. Well, also because I've already experienced this with Magento 1, but it opened so many doors for me, and that's been an amazing ride.
Yeah. I wonder if there's something. Sorry, Ben. I was saying. I wonder if there's something sort of fundamentally more international about the Magento community as compared to other e-commerce platforms. I mean, I also like. I haven't traveled nearly as much as you guys, but I know people from Twitter and stuff like that in Germany. And I mean, just every
That counts. That's true.
almost, yeah. Like, but like, yeah, I don't know if other ecosystems are quite like that. I imagine they probably are, but
I do think
there's something.
those systems like Shopware they somehow stick to the country of origin. And somehow Magento didn't really do that. I mean, still Magento is a very, don't get me wrong, Magento is still a very Western product. But it's way far more spread than a lot of those other systems. I'm not sure. I think the open source component definitely played a role, especially in the beginning. I think there was more adoption in Europe in the beginning than actually in the States. Because there was more hesitation towards open source in the States than there was in Europe. We already were used to using open source, and because they were one of the first ones that did a really good job. I think that helps spread it as much as it did.
Open source is
I mean,
an
you were a
interesting
gigantic-
conversation there. Go ahead, Caleb.
Yeah, I was going to say Guido was a gigantic part of the development of the community internationally. I mean, with the Magento Netherlands event, and all the community building that you did out there, and all the hell you raised generally. So, I mean, you were a big part of all that. I think
I did. That was nice.
You've raised some hell in your day. Yeah, you raised some.
I did. I
hell in
don't
your day.
remember. I don't remember doing that.
All those DMCA notices that you get with your various domains and stuff. It's cool that like you're brought into the fold now, though. I think that was really not only smart, but the right thing to do, with you being like officially in whatever it is that you're in, like
I'm still not on the Magento payroll. You know that, right?
No, I know that, but you're within the fold. What's the thing that you are? I lost track
The
of all of it.
association.
It's great what you're involved in. I have no idea what you're involved in, but it's great.
See, these are the moments on Mage Talk where I'm just like screaming at my headphones, like, "Oh no, it was on August 1st," or like, it's.
I'm sorry. I just straight from the heart, coming straight from the heart. Nothing. There's nothing. There's nothing going on in here. That's the
Yeah.
problem.
Just print out some
that's
Magento effects and put them on the wall across of you. So you have them.
Yeah. No, that's
Was
that's
it
not
already?
bad. Hey, speaking of, who remembers the Road to Imagine badge? Anybody?
I've got
Anybody
one
remember
somewhere
that?
around here. I still have one of those
Yeah.
somewhere.
I don't know
oldie
where
but
it
a
is.
goodie.
but I have it somewhere.
Yeah. I still want to
Yeah.
do
Do you
that.
do-
Like every year
Uh,
before Imagine, I think about doing a road trip. Like I've debated like buying a crappy van and just road tripping across the country. I'm not going to get on a motorcycle. Like that's just not a good idea for me, but just like doing a road trip to Imagine. And I feel like next year with us not really having it this year, that needs to happen. So who's in?
Sure.
Who's in? Come on. I'm going to get commitments. I'm looking at you four right here. Ben probably can't. He's got to
I'm
fly
on-
out there and be prepared. But
Yeah,
Motorcycle,
I'm almost certainly.
But
Or
and,
it could be like
Caleb,
Cuba
you
and just
remember
run
this
the whole way.
yeah,
Very nice.
I'm not even going to walk
Very
to the
nice.
van. I'm not even going to walk to the
Original.
van that somebody's going to carry me to that. So where are the shades from? Who did the shades? I think you were asking that earlier.
These ones. So I think it's I don't know. There's a year in here, but these are the original Mage shades from Sweet Tooth. They were the first ones to bring this as swag to a Magento event, and many more followed in the years after. But these are the original.
The OG.
I have some that actually have like the
Put those on one
logo
more
on
time. I got
top
to
of it.
screenshot that.
Oh, the logo, like the ones that have like the blinds with the logo on them.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I've
Oh
seen
yeah, those
those.
too. I don't know where they are. Yeah,
He
those
has
are
those too.
cool, right? Yeah.
Did you just keep all of the swag from every year, or are you just breaking out a few select items?
I have several boxes here.
Yeah, I've been in his house. There's a lot of Magento stuff there.
These are actually from Magento events. Probably people, if you remember these.
Are those the
They
ice
still
cubes
blink.
that come in the drinks?
Those are the ice cubes with the Magento logo on there. They came with your
Yep.
drinks at Magento events. And
I don't know
it's
how many
so
times I'll go to like grab some lip balm and it'll be like, oh, that's PayPal.
Oh, Ben, you
Something.
so you also remember this one, right?
Oh, the double black, yeah.
Literally the bottle you drank from. So.
We are actually using a whole bunch of hand sanitizer we grabbed from Imagine and some of the partners. So that's been real useful. Whoever's been giving out we never use. I've had it for years. We've never used it. And then I'm going through the swag bag while we've got no hand sanitizer during a pandemic, and I'm like, shoot, let's grab these suckers and see if we can get some use out of them. So thank you, whoever
Yeah.
gave those out.
I also somehow have a
Hand
couple of
sanitizer
bottles
is
in
going to be popular. Hand sanitizer is going to be a popular swag item when conferences start up. Yeah, if we're somehow able to have Imagine at Summit again next year, man, that's going to be we're going to have 2 years worth of pent up angst and socialization. I don't know if Vegas is going to be ready.
I actually distilled about 4 gallons of moonshine a couple of weeks ago. Somebody sent me a recipe for how to make hand sanitizer out of some of this crap. Because I don't want to... I mean, I've got like 3 gallons in the barrel over there aging, but then I've got a gallon left and I don't want to drink it. So I feel like I need to make hand sanitizer out of it.
You can always use it to
do it?
degrease
You were,
the Super B engine.
Yeah, I probably need to.
Yeah. I thought you were doing water. So what was the official explanation on your Twitter?
Oh,
You-
it's a
you were
water
trying to-
purification device.
Well, yeah,
It's
I
a
thought you were purifying
water. Here, no, I was not purifying water. Come on, man. That's what the quotes are for. Here, hold on. I'll show you.
No, I knew that was the official. I knew that was the. I'm just trying to, keep you from getting.
All right, TJ's.
getting in trouble with the Food and Drug Administration here on this live stream. That's
Well,
all I'm
After
trying
I
That
put
doesn't
3
look like Jack Daniels.
After I put 3 gallons in the barrel, there's a barrel over there. I've got 3 gallons in. This is what was left. Now, when I say this is what was left, this is about a gallon, and this is uncut. So this is like 93% pure alcohol. So you would make 2 gallons of actual drinkable whiskey out of this by cutting it down. But you try to drink it at 180-something proof, and you're not in for a good
You have a
day.
very
I don't care
quick
who
night.
you are. Yeah, it's not.
We used to do
Like,
that.
it just-
We used to do that
You're
in
not-
college. That's where my second set of piercings came from. Actually, was funneling moonshine one night.
Well, I mean, even moonshine. Like if you go buy moonshine, it's going to be cut. If you drink this, you will not get drunk. I will argue, you cannot get drunk off of this moonshine because you can't drink enough of it. Your stomach is going to revolt from 180 proof.
I've done it.
I
I've done it many
do
times.
We need to get some
test that theory
Ukrainians
next
on
time.
this call. We need to get some Ukrainians on this call. They can handle their liquor. You know?
What's the what color's the flame, TJ?
I don't know. I've never burned any of it. I'm more
let's
of the
try.
drinking kind, you know. Let's try.
Yeah.
There's
Let's
some
try to
really
make this a real
expensive-
active
There's some really
live
expensive
stream.
equipment on the other side of this. On the other side of this live stream, I don't think we're going there. The
I
budget,
really think
know,
you should make some of that stuff. I really think we should burn it right now.
Yeah, I concur. Okay. Is that the hamster Kalen? Is that what you were calling it earlier
Hamster
before Kalen
Kalen.
came on?
Hamster Kalen.
What's going on?
He named
What's
his hamster Kalen.
I have a hamster Kalen. Kalen hamster.
Crying out loud! Why do I get to be named after the hamster?
No, I
So
named
lo-
the hamster after you.
Oh, all right.
It's an honor. It's a tribute.
It's a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
He just wanted to be around you more often.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. I buy that. I can believe that.
Laura Falco in the chat here. Laura, I don't know if there'll be a summit next year.
Yeah, it's dubious. We ain't exactly. I mean, half the country may be just dead by next year. So if that's the case, then everyone else living probably already has had it. There's no bets being taken at this point on our part. I know I'm not getting on an airplane for the rest of the year, and I expect that will last well into next year. Good job, Europe. You guys did well.
Yeah, so we can do it in Europe.
Oh,
Yeah, that's not.
Just saying.
but no one from North America can show up.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to make it.
That's fine, man. That's
Yeah.
okay.
Guys
We
wouldn't
can
let
Live streaming works fine, except from Canada. Apparently.
That'll be Guido's dream conference in Europe. No Americans.
Well, we already had
He's
Magento
like,
live
finally.
Amsterdam.
This is what I've wanted this whole time, but the official one, You'd be like, finally.
Yeah.
All these pesky Americans are out of my face. And,
Finally, waited 12 years to finally make some money on the event. Finally happening.
how are your events? Are you still doing events, or not now, but like,
No.
are you still? No. Are you out of the
Maybe
event
next year,
game?
but this year definitely not. No.
Okay.
So we organized 11 here, so we'll see next year.
Yeah.
Are you doing any virtual events?
Well, like I said, we just did a live stream this afternoon, so we do that kind of stuff. Yeah.
I mean, a live stream's not a virtual event.
No, true.
Not exactly. I mean, it's,
Yeah,
But you got to
not-
call it a virtual event.
Yeah.
Count.
That's well, we now have some great experience with the Magento Association doing events on the Hopin platform. So that was pretty good, I think.
Yeah.
A lot of pretty good feedback from that. So we're looking into that.
So you're thinking about doing another one? Something, I guess, kind of in addition to what
Well-
you've done before?
For Magento Association, you mean, or for the Dutch?
Yeah.
Dutch Me Magento.
I mean, Magento in general, like for whatever.
For whatever. No, I
Yeah,
think for the
at
association.
this point, the thing is it's not for Dutch Gento anymore. It's like Meet Magento UK. I would be willing to bet their audience was a little more diverse than what would normally be there, just because of the way they handled it, the fact that it's online, that kind of thing. So, regardless of who you're organizing it for, are you thinking of doing any virtual events?
Yeah, so like I said in the introduction, how I got started with Magento, and so quickly to going to events, I think that's an incredible important part to bring people together, bring the community together, bring together people that might start working together instead of just being online watching a live stream. You actually want to talk to people that are in similar situations to you. And that's incredibly important. So that's definitely something that both in the Netherlands and for the Magento Association that we want to ramp up a bit because we cannot do this offline now. So we need to stimulate that. And I think everyone, all Magento, Magento organizers are looking into doing that and figuring out how can we still bring together those people. So yeah, we don't have a date yet for those events, but yeah.
All right, Talesh in the chat here. Feedback from the Magento Association event. Where are the videos?
Those are on me.
You know, Ben?
No. Yeah, I have them downloaded, but I'm just running them through Post trying to clean them up a little bit. And that's the one my one complaint about the Hopin platform is how it captures video and then shows the slides. So like if you're watching it live, you as a user have to like double click on the slides for it to expand. But yeah, the quality is not quite what yeah, like I said, one of my maybe my biggest issue with that platform is how it captures that. But we'll see what I get done. Anyway, I'm supposed to have them wrapped up this week.
Talesh says we're going to do the first Imagine in Canada, and that they'll sneak us across the border. We'll get some coyotes. If you really want to go, we'll figure it out. Everybody down for Canada?
I'm going to be in a moose costume.
I am.
I'm just going to get me one of those Mountie outfits. I'm just going to ride a horse across the border. Nobody's going to question me at all. I'll be good.
Nah, you'd look totally in place on a horse.
It better be a big horse.
mountain.
That's all I can say. It better be a big horse. Yeah.
Good
Small
size,
horse.
good-sized horse.
Not going to look at that horse. Going to be struggling.
Yeah. We're not talking about a little donkey. We're talking about a real horse.
Yeah, I need a Clydesdale. I'm going to ride a Clydesdale across. They're going to be like, Mounties don't ride Clydesdales. I'm going to draw some attention to myself, but it'll be okay.
Be drinking some whiskey,
Canadian
Just
whiskey.
going
I
to-
don't think I have any Canadian whiskey. I don't know. Do I?
Do you have
some
any
Seagrams.
Japanese?
That was like three people at the same time. I have no idea what anybody said. We'll go with Hito.
I said Seagrams. I
Okay.
said Seagrams, and Hito said, damn it, this delay is messing me up.
Do you also
Japanese.
Oh. I don't have any Japanese whiskey. I do not have any. I've been told to get some. I've seen a few decent bottles, but I just haven't pulled the trigger. Every time I go, there's always a really good bottle I want, like this Wild Turkey bottle in Bond right here, 17-year-old. And then it's like, I'll just buy that one rather than some name I can't pronounce. Navarre in the chat. Yeah, can't even read, exactly. Navarre in the chat says it's supposed to be 18 months for a vaccine to be fully tested. I wouldn't expect a summit next year. So let's say it is 18. Let's say summer next year we're good to go. Do we have it later in the year? Any thoughts on just moving the date to later in the year if things start picking back up?
In my experience
Ben,
in
can we
organizing
get an
events,
official commitment?
we don't organize a summit in half a year.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if we can't, I mean, though, like Imagine's getting planned like a year out. Like the wheels start turning that early. So, yeah, I just don't see. I don't see us like cutting it that close. So basically, like, we're going to need to know a year in advance. So, I mean, I'm not saying, and I'm not committing us to whether we will know or won't know. And I'm not saying we will or won't have it because it is not my job to say that. But me personally, like, I'm not very optimistic for in-person events in the U.S. even in the first half of next year. It just I
I
think
think
we're only
yeah,
seeing, as
as,
bad
as,
as it is, we're only seeing the beginning.
as an event organizer, I think you need a lot of flexibility from the venue mainly. In organizing this, and their flexibility if they're willing to postpone something and be very flexible in that, which I can imagine can be really hard if everyone starts organizing events again and starts putting out events. It's going to be really busy with all those kinds of events, which also again impacts each other's planning for those same events. So it's going to be very tricky, I guess. But yeah, like Ben said, it takes a long time to organize some. Like I said, I organized the first Magento event in 6 weeks, but I do not recommend it, and that's definitely really big difference to organizing a Magento event like the summit.
Alan McGregor in the chat says he's sending me some Canadian whiskey. Like, I'm always down for some free whiskey. So DM me. I'll send you my address. Shoot it on over. I'll drink it on a stream here in a couple of weeks.
I also do not have Canadian whiskey. Just saying.
Get in on this. Everybody needs Canadian whiskey while we're sending out free bottles.
Guido, you're a brand new dad though. You're not allowed to drink anymore, man. You're a brand new dad. So
It's not like it's like coming out of his breast milk or something. Like what?
Yeah. I was drinking whiskey in week 1.
Dude, I saw that
needed
picture
that.
of you. I saw that picture of you with your kid, and I was like, "Dang, man, Guido's an old man, dude. Like a legit like dad. Like, like you still don't have the dad bod thing yet, but it's coming for you, man. Any second now.
That's why I need the whiskey.
That's
Says
true.
Kalen, who built a shed in his backyard to get away from his kid screaming while he's trying to live stream.
I did. That's 100% it, man. gotta get away from those dang kids, man. They'll drive you crazy. They will drive you crazy.
We do a lot of automotive e-commerce, and there's a big automotive event every year, SEMA, SEMA, and they're actually planning on running that. Like, they're still sending out notifications that they're going with that, like October, November of this year. They still plan on having that event, which is like the craziest thing I've ever heard.
Same thing is going to happen that happened to any other, like, so even when we canceled, if we hadn't canceled, like none of the sponsors were going to be able to show up. So like these people have kept, I'm pretty sure SEMA, like being on the floor at SEMA can be pretty expensive. And, I don't see businesses, especially since they have so much involvement with Asian like manufacturers and stuff. Yeah, there's no way those people are going to be able to show up. And yeah, they will 100% shut that thing down, for sure.
But isn't that more hurtful to try to say, yes, we're going to try to have it and then shut it down like last minute than just saying, no, we're not going to have it?
Who knows what's going on behind the scenes that they're doing that? Probably some we're seeing how some shady stuff is coming out, under the light of coronavirus these days. But so they must be dealing with some specific issues. But yeah, there's no way that a large portion of the people responsible for a large portion of their revenue are going to be able to make it, and they'll absolutely have to put it off till next year.
Yeah, for those that don't know, that conference usually has 150,000 plus attendees in Vegas in the big conference space, but the main halls, like, you're usually shoulder to shoulder with people all the way throughout. Like, it is a madhouse compared to any conference I've ever been to. So, like, it out of all conferences I've ever seen say they might have it, that would be the worst one. So what are your thoughts, Kalen, on anybody that's trying to have a conference over the course of the next year?
Oh man, I don't know about that. It's probably going to be a lot of backlash. I don't believe in traveling, so I pretty much hang out here in my backyard. But I don't know. I think there's going to be too much backlash to do anything. But I guess what I wonder is if everybody got tested. Like, the vaccine's one thing, right? That's going to take forever. But if everybody got tested and verified for antibodies or whatever, that seems like a reasonable approach. That seems like it wouldn't be too complicated. But I don't know. I mean, I'm
We've,
no,
then those
public
people
we've
stay at home or wear a face mask or take some protective measure. If they don't do that, then it doesn't matter.
For those of you who've
If they
just
keep-
tuned in, we've now reached the epidemiology portion of the Magento 1 end of life. It started with a virus.
Sponsored by
Yeah, I mean, these strategies are all interesting. Like, you know, yeah. So antibody testing. I mean, the testing has not really shown itself to be our testing capacity and capability. Is not what I think
it's not that accurate, right?
where we expected it to be at this time. I mean, and the reality is you have, you know, a bunch of health departments from a bunch of different states all trying to do stuff. So I mean, it's going to be a little messy, but yeah, we're not executing very well. And then, you know, you really want this thing to not be roaming around in the wild. Even a testing scheme, you know, it just takes one incorrect test for someone in catering to then infect, you know, an entire stream and like 150,000 people. Like you can't. There's so many vectors, like social vectors, like who's hanging out with whom. A multi-day event, especially, someone can be infected and maybe come a transmitter
Especially
themselves
if you got
within
people handing out stroop waffles. I mean, that's a vector right there
Yeah.
in and of itself. You got
the stroke
Keto
vector
and
is
now
I think this is a major disease vector that they don't really look at far enough.
they need to look. They need to
well,
look
we don't have any restrictions in the Netherlands anymore, except we need to keep our distance. But besides that, we can do anything right now. So keep talking.
you got to keep your distance and have one stroop waffle a day. Those are the only restrictions in place.
We can have
Wait, so
true waffles or cherries if we want.
So bars are open.
Mm-hmm.
So I could be hanging out at Humpa right now.
Yeah, but we need to keep our distance. 1.5 meters is a rule and regulation here. So starting
That's pretty tough
tomorrow,
at
we
Humpa.
can do- Yeah, well, they can have 5 people in there. But basically, in theory, we can do anything like sports events. Everything can be done again starting tomorrow. But keep
Wow.
our distance,
Kudos.
and we need to
The
wear
amount of
face masks
pleasure
in
that
certain,
Guido
certain
takes-
locations.
The amount of pleasure that Guido takes in his country faring better than ours is visible.
I think
He's
I've
like-
learned that from traveling
so
to the United
excited.
States.
In our defense, they're just now opening back up. So let's check back in a month.
Yeah, let's check.
If there's
back
any
in
of
on
us
Guido.
left to check.
Hey, I'll be here because the only place. I mean, I go straight to the liquor store wearing a mask and hand sanitizing back. Like that's the only place I've been. So I'll be here to judge in a
I
month.
believe you've created an inhospitable environment for pathogens in your body, TJ. I think you have nothing to worry about.
Probably.
I don't know, man. With that homemade moonshine, dude, I think you might like take a couple sips of that. Like, you know, you might have an adverse reaction, dude. You might like not show up for a live stream one day, and we'll be like, man, what happened
What
to
happened?
TJ? I guess he had too much of that
moonshine.
that moonshine.
That's why I mostly stick to the good stuff here, right?
Right. Yes, sir.
The
Yes,
moonshine's
sir.
an experiment. Like I had some moonshine, it was terrible. So I'm like, what happens if you cook a bunch of it and then you age it in a barrel for like a year, like you would do a bourbon? So I was like, well, I gotta have, inquiring minds want to know, like, how am I going to get an answer if I don't do it? So I bought a barrel with a Jamerson logo on it, and then I because it's it's a tax write-off because it's in the backdrop. I hope the IRS doesn't watch these live streams. I'm gonna have some questions to answer, but it's over there. Damn it, it's over. It's right out of the screen here. The other camera it shows just fine. So I bought a barrel, and then I was like, well, now I need a bunch of moonshine to put in it. So I put it in there, and then we'll see. We'll wait a year, and then we'll see what it tastes like.
Yeah, well, then just bring it as a little swag giveaway, little swag giveaway bottles with the logo on it. Then you're really covered.
That's what. Well, we actually had talked about last year. Last year at Imagine, we sponsored Imagine, had a booth for the first time, and we did the little cars. Which, Kaylin, I'll shoot you some more. Though I got a bunch of. You can see some of them in the. I don't know if you can see them.
I'm gonna give it premium placement right here. One of those Jameson cars, man.
Right there's like a bunch of them right there. So I've got about 100 of them left that we didn't take anywhere. But one of the things we were going to do is we were going to do that car. We did the eCommerceaholic whiskey glasses that I've got here, which were a disaster because we shipped them to Imagine, and then the wind just said we don't want them, and then they just sent them back. We just lost Hito, but it is what it is. So shipped them back. But we were also going to do your video's gone. But we were also going to do, I went to the local distillery that does a really nice single malt, and I tried to buy an entire barrel of their whiskey and have it bottled into small bottles with the Jameson logo to give away. But we couldn't do the Jameson logo. So they had to sell them with all of their labels, and then we could put like a Jameson sticker on them. And I was like, that's good enough. Just call me when the barrels are ready, when they're aged out. And then they just never called me. And then I ran into a guy like 3 months ago, and he's like, yeah, I was supposed to call you about that barrel, wasn't I? And I was like, it's a year later, man. Like, it's way too late now. I don't want a barrel of whiskey.
Yeah.
So
these daggone whiskey sellers.
You would think if somebody said, hey, I want to buy a barrel of whiskey and, have it specially bottled, that somebody that sells whiskey would be like, you know what, that's much better than me just selling it by the bottle. Somebody wants to buy like 100 bottles of whiskey or whatever comes in a barrel, but no, apparently he didn't care.
By the way, there's a Magento sales rep joke in there somewhere. I just want to point that out.
Okay. What is it? Fill me in because I missed it.
Well, if you're if you're trying to buy some enterprise software, you get on the phone, you call a sales rep, and you're not able to get in touch with said sales rep. It might be a similar analogy to the whiskey situation. Is all I'm saying.
It is a very similar
and
analogy.
I will offer that, like when I came into Magento in 2014, if that happens, if you are literally trying to hand us money and someone at our company is making it not easy to hand us your money, just send me an email, and I will make sure that you'll be able to hand over your money. That happened. It used to happen a bit more frequently. When I first started out, but we fixed some organizational issues over a couple of years that I think have helped. I hope have helped.
I mean, I don't know if it's possible without getting you in trouble, but this sounds like a story we should explore in a little more depth.
Well, no, it's. I'm not even drinking, and I'm giving up all the secrets. What, Caleb?
Did we lose Kaylin? Caleb froze too. Like, we're just losing people left and right here. It's like Armageddon.
Yeah, I'm just here on like Wi-Fi on crappy cable internet on an island, and I've been the most robust here. So yeah, no, it's just, I mean, when I came in, I mean, so partner programs, sales orgs are one thing. I'm not an expert in running either partner or sales programs, which anyone in those programs would tell you that I'm not an expert. But I do know that we had some issues with, I would get contacted. Mostly the problems when I joined were people wanting to be in the partner program, like you said, Jamerson was, and they weren't hearing things. They wouldn't hear back. They're like, I put in an application or I sent a note to somebody, and I just never heard anything. And just like it seemed like for a long time, like those applications just ended up in a black hole. Like they would get looked at, and if the answer was no, no one would say anything. And that's just a crappy way to treat your ecosystem. So I would whenever but people would reach out to me because I was a contactable person at Magento, like one of the few. And well, I don't know. I shouldn't say one of the few, but I was one of the few who they knew, and they would contact me. And so I would escalate as needed. And then there were just other little things, but yeah, every once in a while I'd get an email from somebody like, "Look, I'm here, the customer's here, and like we're just trying to get a license deal done. Like they have like everything's ready." It didn't happen very often, but you know, you bet sure like when that did happen, I would escalate that up. And that's one of the things I love, like having Gary Spector on board. He's been he's definitely been my favorite salesperson to work with. He gets the Magento ecosystem, and he also gets, he pushes his team really hard. And but I think he like anytime I've ever had to escalate something to him, he's right on top of it with full respect and attention. So that's why I say my expectation these days is that those things don't really happen anymore.
Yeah, I have the feeling that that Adobe doesn't have problem taking people's money. Like they've got those processes figured out.
Well, you'd be surprised. I mean, like Adobe's a big company, but like Gary's team is responsible for deals below a certain level, and then there's a whole different Adobe team that I'm not actually familiar with at all, and they handle like the super ultra like Fortune 100 of the world kind of companies. But yeah, I would assume any one of them, especially those deal sizes, you better hope people are answering emails at the very least.
All right, looks like Kalen is gone. Said he had to jump, so I just sent the link back to Talesh. So hopefully we can get Talesh back in here. Talesh, if
you guys
happen
hearing
to be
me?
watching, I hear you.
Yeah, we hear you,
I don't
Talesh.
see you.
Yeah, my camera just stopped working.
Well, that's wonderful.
Guido, stop it. Stop it. I'll
Almost there,
yeah,
almost there.
my camera's not playing well with Windows for some reason. I'll hop off and back in a few minutes.
Yeah,
You
try
guys
it again.
keep talking, doing your thing.
We'll
Doing your
keep the
thing. I'm enjoying
conversation
the Ben Marks monologues. It's going well with the Scottish.
This whole live stream was just a setup to try to get Ben Marks on to give us some monologues.
I'm actually wondering.
Yes.
So what's your view on Magento 2 moving forward?
What's my view on Magento 2 moving
Yeah,
forward?
we haven't heard from you.
It's one of those things that I think's good and bad. I like the platform. I like where the platform's going. I like what the platform is adding as far as capabilities and things go. I think it's tough from a business perspective for agencies my size. I feel like from a certain point of view, we're being left behind a little bit. We are not in a situation right now to where we sell the size opportunities that Magento is really looking for. So it's occasionally that we come up with that type of opportunity or that type of complexity. And sometimes, then now with where Magento is and the license price, sometimes that's an open source opportunity, not an enterprise opportunity. And as a partner, we've got certain responsibilities to try to sell a certain number of enterprise license. And so, business-wise, like we pivoted, I guess a couple of years ago and added BigCommerce just because, we saw this coming. Like this was not a surprise. We've got to survive. We love Magento. We want to be all in. I would love to be doing those types of enterprise deals, but apparently I'm not good enough at marketing or sales or something to have them in my pipeline to go sell to them. And keep the business afloat. So we've got to be opportunistic about those types of opportunities, and then keep the lights on with smaller deals and businesses that more fit with the marketing message that we're putting out there. So
But
for
do
us,
you
there's a
see
lot of good
yourself-
and bad.
Do you see yourself in a couple of years? Are you still using Magento for everything, or would you also say, okay, we probably have an additional platform or?
Well, like I said, we're doing BigCommerce stuff now. I would say right now, if you're looking at the number of builds
one, right? That's what I mean.
We're 50-50 as far as like half of our builds are BigCommerce, half of them are Magento. I would still say the majority of our revenue comes from Magento builds, though, because the ones we do have are considerably bigger than the BigCommerce builds. A couple of years from now, I would like to, a couple of years from now, we really are trying to triple the size of this business and keep Magento at that 50% of what we support. But we're also trying to get more geared toward being, exactly what the merchant needs, because I don't feel like many agencies these days are what those small to mid-sized merchants need. From like a complete picture perspective. We are a developer and we develop on Magento, and this is what a project looks like, and it's this many dollars, and take it or leave it. And what we really want to do is help merchants grow. So what do merchants that we're talking to need to grow? Well, they need somebody to build the website, but they need somebody to help set the strategy. They need somebody to help execute on that vision. They need somebody to help evaluate their back office systems and make sure they're integrated and they have the right systems in place. And, as they pass these different thresholds, reevaluate what those systems are. And we're trying to get more into that perspective. And once you're completely merchant focused, like if we don't care anything about the platform, what we care about is what is best for this merchant in front of us, then, you're going to end up having to support numerous platforms to be able to do that. And so, as we continue to grow, I feel like we'll probably have to support more than one or two platforms. But, our goal is for Magento to still be a big part of that.
Are those merchants in the revenue range that you're working with right now? Are they not your current merchants, but current clients? But are those merchants still actively asking for Magento, or are they asking for a general solution, whatever the platform is?
Well, I really feel like the questions you get asked are depending on your marketing channels. And so, historically, if all of our opportunities came from our Magento connection. So if they came from our hosting partners or content we put out about Magento or Magento themselves, those people are pretty sold on Magento. And so they're like, okay, we found this Magento and we want to do it. We don't really need to sell them on Magento. So now that we're putting out more content on YouTube about, what's best for you, or platform evaluation, Shopify versus Magento, BigCommerce versus Shopify, BigCommerce versus Magento video series is coming up probably later this week. All of that stuff's been shot. So, with those being out there, we are getting a lot more merchants that are asking questions about which platform is right for us. A lot of those are smaller merchants that are obviously not Magento merchants. Like they're just obvious. Like I'm trying to get started. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm doing it all myself. I have no budget. Should I be looking at Magento or Shopify? And it's like, that's a pretty easy question to answer. But, we do occasionally get more sophisticated merchants that are just, weighing out their platform options. But for the most part, because a lot of our content is centered around Magento, we still do get a lot of folks that are looking at Magento. As we branch that content out, because we're going to be talking about how to raise your average order value, how to, acquire more customers, how to build relationships. As we start to put out more content that's not focused on the platforms, I fully anticipate that the leads we get in will be a little more generic, and the platform will be something, that topic will be something we have to broach, and that they're not coming to us for that question specifically.
Do you, and this is a question for both of you, or maybe also for Talesh if he's on, but we don't see we don't see him.
I'm on, but my camera is not working.
So we had this theory this afternoon in the webinar we had here in the Netherlands that Magento 2 projects tend to be simpler in the sense that Magento 1 project got bloated almost from the get-go with all kinds of extensions and we want to do this and we want to do that, and which made it a really complex product and also our project, and also really hard to migrate. Whereas Magento 2 projects tend to be simpler in the sense that Magento doesn't, they keep Magento more to the core itself, and the complexity more lies within with the integrations. But Magento itself, the merchants tend to keep it cleaner. That's something that you guys recognize?
I'll let you take that one, Ben, if you want to start with it. Did we lose Ben? See there? Oh, he's moving.
He's moving just in the dark. Ben,
He's in the
you
dark.
need a
Is he?
you need a
Yeah.
light.
Hold on. I can fix. Say that again.
So do you feel like, so the discussion this afternoon that we had was that Magento 1 projects tend to be more bloated than Magento 2 projects with all kinds of extensions and that kind of stuff, all kinds of changes and customizations that merchants want to be done with Magento 1, while with projects that run Magento 2, merchants are happy with keeping it way more clean. Maybe the complexity of the project as a whole is bigger because of the integrations that they do with, I don't know, CMS, PIM, or CRM systems or ERP systems, whatever. But Magento itself,
Yeah.
they tend to keep it cleaner.
Yeah, I think so this is any. I mean, I have to qualify my answer by saying, I'm obviously I'm not in the agency world anymore doing the work, but it seems reasonable that there's a selection bias here, right? Because probably bigger, more sophisticated installations are what's happening with Magento 2, and I think you were kind of calling out that like some things that you like where you might have tried to do blogging or PIM or build some stuff into or use like a local module to add functionality to Magento. One, if you're a merchant of a certain size, that these larger merchants that are working with Magento 2, like they're going to have a PIM or something. They're gonna have a PIM or something that's.
We're gonna add Telesh in here while we're going. Right, we're adding Telesh in.
Hi. Yeah. So we're yeah. Anyway, so yeah, basically those people are trying. Basically, people are using Magento more for what it was built for, and and deferring other functions, whether that's order management or whatever. To different softwares, and like you might have a local module in the form of like a connector, but everything else is a little bit more separated. That would be the hypothesis I would test if I were doing a study.
Well, I mean, I think as far as like Magento implementations being cleaner, I think a lot of that may also fall back on people just understanding how to architect systems out on Magento a little better and just doing a better job of it. So it's not a. Go ahead.
It's another point too, actually, TJ, is that you have different people doing the development, right? Because that one developer who kind of teased around with their WordPress installation and could do a little bit, like that person could kind of stumble their way sometimes like into a nice future with Magento, and sometimes maybe into a not so nice future with Magento 1, but Magento 2 I don't think so.
Yeah, it's a good point. All right, Alan in the chat says, seriously, the man is photogenic. There are no bad pictures of Telesh. Like
Hey,
don't exist.
What are you saying about me?
Are you seeing the
No
chat?
bad
I think he's got his video working here. So now I've got to get rid of the picture of him. Hold on. Let me see if I can. I got to get rid of the.
I see
Boom,
something
it's gone
moving.
now.
There he is. Hello.
There he is.
I'm here. I just get my camera working as a two-stroke motor gets started outside. So you guys are going to have to forgive the noise.
We can't hear it at all. It's all
Okay, good. I just ran around the house shutting all the windows.
Yes.
Ben, you've gone off on a couple monologues while I was gone.
Ben has made the live stream. It's been good.
It's what I do.
I was like, I'm glad I poured the scotch for this. So.
Well, Tracy, everyone can thank Tracy. Sorry.
We thank Tracy every single time we see you.
I actually do have a lamp. It's just I'm trying to get this thing settled here. But yeah, no, Tracy was the one who pointed out in as many words, in the ways that someone who's been married to you for so long can say, basically, Ben, you know, you're great and all, but sometimes you talk entirely too much. She's not.
No. It was great.
But
Sorry,
yeah, I mean,
jump in.
I have a lot to say. No, it's okay, man. It's okay. I'll be quiet.
No. Keep going. What were you guys on about?
It's really sad though.
Sorry.
We were talking about how good looking you are, but I don't really have anything to say about that because I'm not
I
supposed
want
to
to know
talk.
the story behind the license
Exactly.
plate.
That's a very short conversation. It's like he's not.
I want to tell.
Out of from your car, or
Sorry.
Is that a real
did
license
you
plate?
tear the license plate behind you? Did you
Yeah.
tear it off your car?
Yeah, it's my Ontario license plate. When I moved to BC, they tried to take it out and send it back to Ontario, and I told them no, and I kept it because they were not gonna send it back to Ontario. I paid for it, so.
Nice.
Well, in many ways, this is important to me because when I became a Canadian, well, I wasn't a Canadian then. When I got my permanent residence, it was around the same time that I started with Magento, and basically Magento dominated my life when I lived in Ontario. So yeah, it's kind of nice to have now that I'm in BC and I'm spending a little bit more time in the security side of things and, you know, branching out a little bit into like other security projects. It's good to have like Magento Ontario because that phase of my life was pretty much all Magento. So yeah.
So how's the move? Like, I mean, you just moved and then things started shutting down pretty much, right?
It works out well for me because I moved 3-4 months before things shut down. And I mean, Ben knows I'm a traveler. I need to explore new places. I'm incredibly lucky that I am in a new place with a lot of places to explore during the shutdown. So I don't need to travel anywhere. We did couple travel a little bit while I was gone. I mean, at least Ben, myself, and Hito, we've seen a lot of the world with Magento. You know?
Yeah,
If it wasn't for
I've been to
Magento,
51 countries.
Wow.
yeah.
So I mean, Ben, for someone that is always on the road and then all of a sudden just being forced at home, is it like, hey, this is a good break, and then we'll reboot this whole travel thing when it's over, or are there withdrawals?
You know, it starts back in 1827. It's good. No, so we were already planning to like I was already kind of working on how I would be traveling less this year. Yeah, because it's been. I mean, it got pretty like last couple of years we're about 300 days on the road, and so a lot of that would be like I'd have an event at the beginning of August in Asia, and and then at the beginning of September in Asia, and I would just be like, I can just do my job from the road, and so I'd spend time and I'd take a couple weeks vacation, and then take a couple weeks of just working remotely. I always work remotely, but. So we were working on me shutting down, like slowing down the travel here, and Sherry's got some cool stuff that y'all will be hearing about eventually, along those lines. But when I got home, like all of a sudden I'm like, wow, like I live in a paradisical place. I had a friend who I hadn't seen since college. She was just driving through and stopped by yesterday, and she was like, holy shit, you live here? Like, yeah, kind of cool. So we've been enjoying, going to the beach and kind of rekindling our social networks here on the island. And that's been awesome. I love this place. I have not missed the idea of getting on a plane, like I haven't missed it a single lick. So it could be that maybe I was also just burned out. It did take like a month or so for me to get out of that. Like if I'm home, I'm just home to pack and like do laundry so I can go again. It took me a little bit to get out of that mode, but once I was out of that mode, yeah, I really don't have much of a desire to travel, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
But is
and
that the
to
plan to
Ben's-
quit?
To Ben's credit, the people that have Ben's role at different companies, they usually burn out after 3 years. I think that's the average, Ben, 3 years. So
Yeah,
Ben-
well, it depends on who you ask. Some say like a year and a half, but yeah.
Yeah, so it's quite incredible how long Ben has already been doing this. So, cheers
But
to
is that the plan moving forward? Is to do a little less?
Yeah, well, yeah, I'll be doing probably a good bit less. I know Max is much more interested in like the strategic things that we can do. A lot of behind the scenes stuff. I mean, it was never. I mean, it never should be about me being there. I mean, the reason I like to be at events now, I like the connection. I mean, there can be some benefit in like having the people who like, oh yeah, you taught me. I learned Magento from your videos, and like that adds something to the event for them when they get to meet that person. But it really, the stories more and more are about like this next generation of people who are coming along. I mean, you've got Vikrant in India who's joined our team. Like I think he represents kind of fresh faces, and I want him to be talking to people in India much more than I want me to be talking to people in India, because he's there, like he knows the culture. He is someone that they can identify with, that they're going to identify with just automatically and culturally. I want to see this happen the world over. I think it's just really it's just really important that people hear the multitude of voices that are out there in this ecosystem. And that means me like being out there still, but being out there much more guide on the side. And I think a lot of the like Meet Magento organizers, they figured out a long time ago, like I would show up the first year and it's like, oh wow, someone from Magento. The second year it's like, hey, cool, someone from Magento. And like the third year it's like, hey, can you guys just send someone besides Ben?
I mean, like you say that, but I mean, for those of you who don't know Ben's always a welcome face at an event. And
If you need
to
fill a couple
your
of
credit,
hours on stage.
yeah, and to his credit, multiple times I do know of in the past that a speaker could make it, and Ben just picked up the baton, ran with it, and probably had the best session of the event. And to Ben's credit, he's always been that sounding board of the community. Like people could rant at him and complain or beg or make jokes at, in my case. And you know that it's not falling on deaf ears. And I think that's one of the things that Magento's done right. It's empowered you to do that, and also given you the authority to answer certain amounts of questions, but also listen and bring information from the community back to headquarters, or orbital headquarters as I call it.
Yeah, it's like you'll never see me, like they'll never promote me to like someone, some big C position. Well, certainly not at Adobe, because then all of a sudden, then the things I say matter. Like as long as I'm low enough as long as I'm like far enough down in the hierarchy, I can then I can say whatever, and they can always be like, oh, that's just bad, saying things. But yeah, it's an interesting world we walk, because there are a lot of times that like the stuff that we're doing, whether it's a release or a policy or something, is we have to be able to, like, we kind of need to tease it out there, but the second like a Jason Woosley or a Mark Lavelle would give utterance to this, it's an official thing. And so I think we were able to like have these kind of gray area like and targeted communications and just information gathering. Like we could kind of do this with someone in a role like mine. It's an interesting I've spoken with other people at other companies about doing this similar kind of thing, because it does, like, you have to have that back channel, and it has to be enough of, like, the back channel has to be anointed enough that and approachable enough that people are comfortable and feel that they'll be heard, but can't be so high up on the pedestal that they become, that back channel becomes ineffective. It's a tough walk, and it's something that I think the open source nature of the business lends itself to.
Yeah, I
For
definitely
sure.
think
And,
that's been. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I think that's definitely been part of the success of the platform, is having that ability to have someone that can make you feel heard, and, in many instances, help you figure out how to resolve some sort of issue, or at least find the right person to communicate with to effectively do that, while at the same point, allowing you the freedom and flexibility to say stupid stuff if you want to.
And that's the cool thing that's going to continue as we move forward, and something that Sherry and I are looking at, looking at how we make that program even more scaled, more scalable, and more, I don't know, just more impactful, more meaningful. But I will absolutely not steal her thunder. But just know that anything like awesomely good and strategic that has come out of, like, the Ben and Sherry show at Magento, like, that's all Sherry. Like, so masters, like, all of these things that have had, like, they're really huge impact in terms of like tactical engagement. Like, that's Sherry, and I'm really excited for all the stuff she's doing these days.
I didn't really consider it, but one of the benefits of COVID may be that I get to be a master for the second time if we have it next year, because all the speaking engagements have gone away. So content's like the only thing that counts now if we do it.
Yeah, we're going to have to mess with the algorithm this year for sure.
You mean it's not AI generated? Somebody.
Well, we should try Sensei this year. Yeah. So let's see.
Oh my God, Sherry's probably wringing her hands at us.
They'll probably just skip a year next year. They'll be like, yeah, there's no sense in doing it for last year.
So yeah, I got the notes.
Dang it.
That's good.
I need another try. I got one. You can see it's right there. It's right. I need another one right next to it.
Yeah, you need on both sides for balance.
You need a
Well,
balance.
I need three. I need three because that's like the limit.
Yeah.
I need three.
Yeah.
If we're collecting,
Yeah, Peter's got his.
Ito's got his.
Oh, gee.
And
Cool.
we got an interesting. I'm not even going to try to pronounce this. SHXVK wants a shout out because we're live streaming, and like I don't even think I would be interested to know if you know anything about Magento 1 or the topic we're talking about, but you got your shout out, and I appreciate you watching, and thanks for joining us on this. All right, so any other interesting chats there? Are y'all keeping up with the chat? Anything interesting y'all want to talk about there?
Laura Falco is our kvetcher in chief.
Okay.
She's kvetching.
Kvetching. That's such a Laura Falco word.
Laura's another one of those awesome stories. Just showed up at one of the earliest Magento U classes, and she's paying her own way, and that was not a cheap class. But she came in, and and now she's Magento U instructor, and big part of the ecosystem. I think she made the wise decision to flee the city before New York went really bonkers. I heard from a friend. My friend yesterday was telling me about a mutual friend of ours in New York. She's been stuck in their apartment, like right above one of the hospitals, and they're like, they're taking trucks of bodies out every day. So, I just took the conversation in a really weird direction.
I should have stopped you because I think she just went back to New York.
It's okay. New York's under control now.
All good,
She
man.
just returned to New York like a couple of days ago.
Wow.
But
New York's the
think,
place to be.
the story of like Laura and Finai and to some limited extent myself is something that not only facilitated by Magento, was probably built by Magento. A bunch of like solo loose cannon engineers / developers doing their thing, and we're still here 12 years later, 12 and a half years later. Hito, was it 12 and a half years later? We're still here doing our thing solo. I mean, she's had a couple of employees, and same with myself, and I'm not sure if Finai has ever hired Brendan Falkowski. It's just it shows the power of the platform, and it's why I said, teacher, we got to do something, man. We can't let Magento 1 go quietly into the night. It needs to be recognized for what it's done to like so many lives.
Yeah, there's no doubt that we would not be here without the Magento platform. I mean, it's meant a lot to us just, having the opportunity to build sites on it. I don't think, I think some of the folks that have benefited the most, some of the really big agencies, they just happen to get in early with the right time, and hook up with the right platform. We're hoping that we can continue to hitch our wagon to Magento 2 and, continue to see that development. It's just, unfortunately, it's a much different game nowadays to do that. But I think Magento 1 was good for everybody involved, and it's still good for those that want to, continue to try to build their sites on it, I guess. If you want to, I don't want to leave anybody out of this conversation, but for those few people that want to continue to try to ride on that Magento train there, Magento 1 train. How do we, I don't know. The thing is at this point, with everything everybody's done, I just don't think there is any communication we can do to clearly articulate that point any more so than we've done, right? Like, have we done enough to make sure people understand the threat of staying on Magento 1?
Talash, that's a good question for you.
I mean, I am inebriated. Do you really want me to answer this?
Yes.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Look,
Wait.
things have been quiet on the Magento side. It's just been quiet on the Magento security side. The threat side has been really quiet for the last 6 months or so. It is possible that we've seen the worst of Magento 1 threats come and gone, or it's possible that some enterprising attacker may be holding on to his trump card for tomorrow. But it's unlikely, in my personal opinion, because everyone's focused on Magento 1 security right now. I tweeted, was it yesterday or today? It's like, everybody's a Magento security expert this week. I'm like, my job here is done. But the important thing is, like, I have a body of work out there. Ricardo, Anna, there's a lot of people who've invested, their effort and knowledge into securing Magento 1. Peter, Luke, Willem, Max Chadwick. It's just the names that I'm saying are not, novice developers. They're very seasoned developers who know what they're doing. And I think Magento 1's at a point where, if you're going to be continuing with it, you have two things to think about: locking down your platform, and the body of work is out there provided by the community and also by Magento. And two, what's your liability going forward? And you shouldn't be taking any advice from from any of the noise that's happening on the internet today with, everybody being a Magento expert. a Magento security expert. It's a discussion you need to have with yourself, your lawyers, and your payment gateway. And if all's kosher there, run with it. I don't see any reason not to run with Magento 1 once you're doing all the security things properly, and your payment gateway is fine with it, and your developers are fine with it. It's software. You could make it work. It's open source. Sorry, that's all I have to say about it.
It is software. My concern with that is that most of the people who are still on it are not going to do all of those things properly. They're on
Yeah.
it out of neglect, not on it out of
Right.
choice. Now, there are some, not saying everybody, but I would say 2/3 plus of those people are just on it out of neglect. And so, you know, if you're one of those conscientious objectors to moving to another platform, then fine, okay, do what you want to do. Like you said, it's software. You can make it
Right.
do whatever your heart's desire. But you know, I'm really concerned with putting that messaging out there because I feel like that empowers the neglectors.
Right, and that rant was not for the neglectors. It was for the person who are like, look, I want to stay on Magento 1, and I'm gonna mitigate my risks, and I'm gonna do what needs to be done to make sure I have a responsible platform. If you don't care and you just have a website and you throw it up and it's making money and you don't care to update and whatnot, nothing we've done or said or Magento's done or said in the last 5 years since it said Magento 1's going away, it's going to make a difference for you or your business. And you're going to be a liability to the community as a whole as it is. So nothing changes for you either. I mean, really, I should stop speaking. I'll just stop.
I just noticed my wife is retracting messages in the chat, so I must be in trouble. That's like the scariest thing ever. If you're in a live stream and your wife posts a message and then retracts it, and you don't know what she said, it's like, oh hell, I don't know.
That's
what's
like when
going
you're
on.
having one of those text exchanges with your partner, your significant
Yeah.
other, and you just see the ...
You're just
like,
waiting,
oh boy,
the
what's being written?
anticipation. Now I've got to
She's like,
wonder.
why do you bring... she's asking, why do you bring that Talish guy on again? He's just
Probably.
ruining shit again.
Probably.
Yeah.
I tell you what, one of my favorite conferences was the we went to IRCE. Was it last year? Year before last? Where Talesh
It was
came and
last
slept
year.
on the couch. Was it last year? I
Yeah, it
had a
was last year.
blast that time. That was great. That was great. Like
Yeah,
the owner of the Airbnb we were in was fantastic. I sat out there on the
He was-
porch with him for one night.
Such a chill dude, you know?
Yeah,
yeah.
he was
and,
pretty chill.
and he's like, for some reason, I believe like that sort of stuff is normal because it's all I've had in a tech community, and I realized that that's not normal in tech communities where, you know, I could say, hey, TJ, you're going to RCA, and we just like split an Airbnb or something like that. Yeah, it's not normal.
And just to tell the story for the folks that, you know, maybe are wondering what the hell we're talking about, IRC is in Chicago. I had an Airbnb, and I was going to take my family, and it was before July last year, because July we took like a month-long road trip. So IRCE was supposed to be the start of that road trip. We were supposed to
was
drive
April.
up to Chicago. Okay, so it may have been June. I think the road
Yeah.
trip may have been June. But we were going to drive up at IRCE and start our road trip then, but then it got delayed a little bit. So I ended up flying up to IRCE. So I had this Airbnb just by myself until she's like, well, I was thinking of coming. I was like, dude, save a room. Just come stay with me. No problem. So we're just like experiencing the conference completely separately. But, you know, you come in, you'd have somebody there every day. You know, you're not just like, because IRC is not like Imagine. Like Imagine, I'm out with somebody till like 3-4 in the morning every night, and then back at the conference
Right.
at 7:30. IRCE, like things wind down, you end up back at the room, you got somebody, and then I ended up like one night coming in about 10 or 11 o'clock, and it was a 2-story, almost like a carriage house, but the guy had built somebody who, when they built these old brownstones on the south side of Chicago, which, you know, that area was like a resurgence area. The south side of Chicago used to be bad. This guy bought a bunch of houses. You know, he lives in one. He's got this 2-story guest house in the backyard. We had the top floor. And I come in, and he's sitting on his back porch, just, you know, having a few drinks, eating dinner. And he, you know, invites me to come over. I go over. I sit down at his table, have a few beers with him. We talk about, you know, the fact that he grew up poor in Mississippi. He is the youngest of 19 children. He was like, his dad was like 90 years old when he was born. You know, it's like just like the craziest stories. But honestly, one of the best nights I've ever had. Like just sitting there listening to that guy, and we were talking about the neighborhood and how the neighborhood changed, and how at some point he's owned like 50% of the buildings in his neighborhood because he could buy them for nothing 10 years ago, and now this is, every one of the buildings around us was $1 million. So, just stuff like that. That's what I love about conferences. I love going to the Netherlands to meet Magento, but not spending it all in Amsterdam. We're going up to Zaanstad, we're going to Utrecht. Like we're experiencing some of the local things that come with all of this business travel. And honestly, these are things I would have never experienced without Magento.
Same here. I mean, when I went to Netherlands, Peter Jaap Blokmeer, he just said, "You're coming with me to Groningen." And I ended up going to northern Netherlands, and we had a great couple days me seeing his city. But it was, I didn't get a chance to like spend time in Amsterdam. We just went straight to his small town. And I think for me growing up, and the only access I had to the rest of the world was National Geographic magazines. Having friends in Groningen and, Bratislava and Tokyo and everywhere is like a life dream for me, where I have people I know in these amazing places that I never dreamt I'd be able to visit. And Magento facilitated that for me significantly. I mean, I don't think there's a place I've traveled to in the last decade that it's not been for something Magento related. Maybe Bali. That was me just being lazy.
Besides all of those mountains, you mean?
Sorry?
Besides all of those mountain tops, you mean?
Oh yeah, that's me. That's my restless legs. So Ben, do you think?
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, you go
I was
ahead.
just going to ask Hito about. I mean, you obviously travel a lot as well. Is it mostly Magento related, or is yours just work in general, or are you just traveling for fun?
I think 50-50. Once a year for fun, for holidays, and then it's 50-50 with general work versus Magento events. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think you would be able to do that? Do you still think you would be involved in something that would allow you to do that had you not got involved with this platform?
So, like I said earlier, I already was involved with the Joomla platform before I started with Magento, and I do have this tendency to whatever work I do to try to do some community building, whether that's internally or externally by organizing some public forums or doing podcasts, that kind of stuff, or organizing events. But like I said earlier, I don't think it would have been on the scale of Magento. No.
And I'm not even going to ask Ben. Like, we know Ben would not be traveling the level he travels without the Magento platform.
Yeah,
His wife's a
absolutely
pilot.
not. I mean, well, yeah, I mean, those aircraft are much more limited in range. I mean, if I were doing, I enjoyed it. When I was at Blue Acorn, I enjoyed the mentoring part of it, and I enjoyed, like, we had some of the code camp kind of places pop up here, and I taught some, like, just intro to web dev courses there. That kind of stuff was really fun. I miss touring around as a drummer, though. Holy shit, do I miss it? So, like, tomorrow, like, I'll sit in on a cajon, just like a little percussion box, every once in a while with some of my old bandmates. But yeah, I really miss playing. That's something. If I could somehow figure out how to make money with, what's it called, bitcoins, or something. If I could figure out how to make some money, I would retire, and I would. I think I would just start playing drums and doing a bunch of philanthropic volunteering stuff.
Just start an e-commerce store, Ben. You know people.
I mean, I do catch myself in the wee early hours of the morning, wondering. I find myself tempted to make something like Magento. I mean, like, I wonder where we would be. Like, what if Silius had come along? Like, what if the decoupled robustness of like a real, like a modern symphony application
e-commerce application. What if that had been the basis for everything? I mean, Magento 1 has been amazing, but I think maybe a project like that, maybe that's an easier project to come out with a next major version, and we're able to better preserve this magic that has been the Magento ecosystem thus far. A lot of us and the people that have been kind enough to stop by in the chat, or just the people who we connect with each other throughout the year, we will continue connecting with each other, I think, over the next while. But Hito, you were talking about earlier, just how do we, what do we create for ourselves going forward? And the interesting thing is now we have a paradigm. Before it just happened, but now we actually say like, well, hey, we've had this really nice thing where we've had opportunity to get together and lift each other up and advise on each other's businesses and discover drinks and cows and Groningen. But like that, it's more challenging because now we know what we're trying to do, and but while also knowing full well that like it's like when you go to a restaurant for the first time and it's amazing and you go back and it might be nice again, but it's not as amazing. So looking back, I think this experience that we've had is incredible, but I think looking forward means we're going to have to try and intentionally build something incredible, maintain something incredible, while realizing that it's never going to feel like it did that first time, like the first time going through all of it.
But it might still be something that we can enable for other people, right? And that's what we're.
Yeah,
that's a really hard part that we have with the Magento Association.
Yep, that's a good call out. That's the intentional part of what we're trying to do. Like where we're trying to say like let's make this business work for more people. In this moment in the U.S., in this with like Black Lives Matter has been the software industry, like not a lot of black voices in software industry, and I have been trying to make myself just engage the uncomfortableness of the bubble that I have kept myself in. I mean, it hit me, and I tweeted about this, I think not too long ago. But if we look, I mean, just even like for me, just to make a difference here in America, I mean, we could say like, let's enable more business for Southeast Asia. Let's enable more business in India. Let's have all these impacts worldwide. Let's go to Africa with this. But like even in the U.S., the tendency to keep yourself wrapped in one's own bubble, it's a real tendency, that I recognize, and I've added some different people to my people to my feed that I just their voices have been there this whole time. I just hadn't sought them out, and I'm learning so much stuff, and I'm so thankful that people who have been like so frustrated for so long are so willing to still like say, okay, here's how you do this, here's how you help, here's how you grow, and like and also having the energy to say like, hey, that is not helpful. Like what you think is being helpful is not helpful. But these are the kinds of moments where I think we can really have an impact and bring the magic of Magento and more broadly like the lucrativeness of an e-commerce career to more people in more places.
You have just voiced a lot of what I've also been thinking about in the last couple weeks. Well, I just assume somebody else will do it. And I've been thinking, you know what, maybe it's time I do something. And I find that a lot of people in the Magento ecosystem have much better words and are much more eloquent about putting together what's in my mind in just very nebulous forms. Jamie from JH in the UK.
Huskisson.
Huskisson. Sorry, the whiskey's hitting. He put it incredibly succinctly. He said, you know, you have to be, it's okay to say, yes, I want this, but you have to be intentional about it. You have to be intentional about your actions. And I realized that, at least for me, somebody from the Caribbean, I have not been intentional about my actions, about how I'm promoting or working with people within the community. I try to reach out and still hit a follow on someone who's writing a blog post or tweeting something or showing some sort of interest in the platform, but I haven't been that intentional, and that's been one of the feelings on my part, at least, as one of the few people in color who's been through all these events and been on stage and doing these sort of things. So something to be working on in the future, at least on my end. So
Interesting.
I know it's a lot, and it's a lot that's going on right now. And to be honest, I haven't thought it all through yet. And I'm probably gonna lean on people like Jamie and the various leads of diversity within the community from who stepped up in the last few years, to help me try to figure out how to navigate this, because I don't think I have been intentional. I've made a good name and I've made a lot for myself, but I haven't helped others as much as I could have.
Well, the cool thing about the openness of this ecosystem, this community, is that hopefully you feel comfortable reaching out. Because I would suspect if you reached out to Jamie about this, he would be more than happy to help you. And Jamie's very clearly, I mean, he's built everything that he's built with intention. He's been posting some fairly open autobiographical details in the last couple days, and it is, it's just like, he didn't really get where he got as a function of privilege. In fact, it's quite the opposite. So I'd say, yeah, we have a lot of intentional. This business does attract a lot of entrepreneurial types, and I think with that you get a lot of people who can help others to formulate, to actually form their plans and give voice to their message, and then help get it out. That's a good point, Talesh.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the directions that we could look at, growing and strengthening the community beyond what it originally was. Just self-starters getting into a project and building and learning from each other, and as Hito said, survivorship bias. Having that to bind a community together, we could find other ways to bring this community together going forward.
I can dig it.
Absolutely.
Any thoughts, Hito? Because I'm stepping on your territory now.
Well, I'm not a clinical psychologist, right? So I'm not
You're just
necessarily
psychic.
That's a different area. People might assume that when they hear I studied psychology, but no. But yeah, the survivorship bias is indeed the bias that we have when people survive and that will survive or stick around. That's what we do, right? And we stuck around for a long time, and then there are some biases for that. But yeah, and also with what we need to do, also with what we see around with Magento 2 talking to a different audience than Magento 1 does, reevaluate who we have as a community, who should be in there, or who we want to be have in there, or who we see ending up in the Magento 2 community, and how we do that, and how can we get more people included in that conversation that we have right here. How do we get more people involved outside of, well, like I said earlier, Magento is still a fairly Western product. So how do we get more people involved in that? And even within those Western communities, how do you get more people involved that are not involved now that should be? What are we doing wrong? That's an interesting conversation that we're having for many years now, and that we need to keep having continuously. How can we get those people involved? I've been having those conversations a lot with Ben, with Sherry, with a lot of people at the Magento Association, with people at Magentos the last couple of years. You see the same people showing up to those events, but there's an enormous group that are not showing up. So how can we reach them? Do they want to be reached? Are we leaving them out intentionally? Do we need more Pac-Man rules or rules like that we have that we try to do at events? And yeah, there's not one solution for that, I'm afraid. There's a lot of things that we all need to do.
at least on my end, I think I've run my gamut. Nobody needs to hear me talk anymore, says me while on a live stream with TJ. But I've been actively trying to turn down requests to speak at events and actively trying to say, hey, is there somebody in your area that might be able to do the same thing? I'd be happy to spend some time listening to them, helping them maybe put together a presentation, at least not fall into the same traps that I fell into when I first started speaking at events. And I think that's at least the minimum which I could do. And it's something I've been trying to put into procedure this year. Before this COVID thing started, I said I'm going to do only 2 talks this year, one at Imagine and one in Asia. And apart from that, I don't want to do any more talks. I want other voices to come forward. I want new fresh perspectives to be speaking about security because I'm getting old. Nobody needs to hear from me anymore.
Are you feeling old?
I feel old. I'm not getting old. Sorry, TJ. This we just kept on talking. Just ignored you.
Number one rule of live streams or interviews in general is when you have somebody on that knows more about a subject, shut your damn mouth and let them talk. Like, that's just
cool.
rule number one, right? So it's been a great conversation. Diversity is not something I've spent a lot of time thinking about. I come from a small town in Alabama, and I try to be careful with words just to make sure I don't say something that comes across stupid. But I grew up in a small town that is predominantly African American. I grew up extremely poor. From 13 years old until I graduated and moved out after high school, we lived in a $500 trailer. And I don't mean $500 a month. Somebody literally said, give us $500 and we will deliver this piece of shit trailer to you. And we lived in that for 5 years. We moved pretty much every year from the time my parents divorced when I was 4 until we moved into that $500 trailer. Now we had some advantages. We were lucky enough that my grandparents owned a little land that we could put that trailer on, and we had a place to stay. So we had, some stability. But, we grew up in a way that a lot of minorities in this country grow up. Without a ton of opportunity. I was lucky enough to understand early on that education was my only way out of that. Like, that was what I had to do. And I was at least, had the foresight to try to stay out of trouble, to try to get good grades, to try to have an opportunity to move from that to where we are now. And so, I did that through getting to Auburn University, moving out of that town into a town that has some opportunity. Still not a great bit of opportunity for what I wanted to do, but we found the internet. We started building websites, and we found the opportunities we need to get to this point. Whereas a lot of people, get trapped in a situation to where they never find those opportunities. And so the lack of diversity in the Magento ecosystem is a lack of diversity in tech. It is a lack of diversity in programs, especially in the U.S. It's not a Magento problem. It is a bigger problem that permeates its way down. As an employer, I do not care where you are located in the world. I do not care what your ethnicity, your sexual orientation. I don't give a damn about your personal life. As long as a few things, come to fruition. You have to work our time zones because communication is important. Like, if you don't mind working the evening shift, I don't care if you're overseas. You have to speak good English because I don't speak any other languages. Like, that's just a limitation. That doesn't mean if you don't speak English, you're not a wonderful programmer. It just doesn't work for us because communication is important. And you have to know what you're doing. So even with those that's literally the only limitations for us hiring somebody, is they having, those 3 requirements. We don't have a lot of minority candidates when we interview in tech. If we're interviewing for a developer, we don't have, I'm trying to remember but I've probably only had 2 or 3 African American developers or project managers working for us in the history of this business, because we just don't have the applicants. Like, we're hiring for a couple of positions now. I don't think I have, like, one of them is a marketing position, so we have a lot of minority candidates for that. We do have a lot of minority candidates for the marketing position. So, but outside of that, you know, the developer position, you know, we find some, you know, some folks in South America and stuff like that, that, you know, that are not just, you know, old white guys. But, you know, as far as like in the U.S. trying to find diversity, it's a bigger problem. Like, Magento is probably the most open and welcoming community I've ever been a part of. And they, you know, they actively look for ways to try to be more active in welcoming folks. You know, the Pac-Man rule, as was mentioned earlier, where you know, you stand in an open group so somebody can walk up. But that's only open and welcoming if somebody made it to the conference. That's not open and welcoming to getting more people to be diverse in an engineering related field. And so I don't, you know, I'm not someone that spent a lot of time looking for answers. I'm not someone that has necessarily been burdened with those limitations so that I know the nuances, because, you know, the great thing about what we're experiencing right now with Black Lives Matter, for at least, you know, I'm in Alabama, so I'll say at least for those people that'll open their damn eyes and actually try to understand what other people are saying, rather than just finding some detail they don't agree with and using that as a way to shut down. For those that will open their eyes and listen, what we're understanding is that this is not a simple problem. This is not a problem of people just saying, hey, I don't like you. This is a system that has been built up, intentionally and unintentionally reinforced, that limits opportunities for folks that don't look like the people that are already doing those things. And so, you know, I don't necessarily understand all of the nuances of the limitations of that system, but if there's some way us as developers or as community members can break down those barriers, I am all ears for those solutions.
Solutions I don't have yet. I'm working on them.
Yeah, Sherry. So Sherry's been doing a lot of work in the area of for diversity and inclusion, and you may have seen some of her talks on the subject. But we've also been hosting new speaker workshops, and this was something that she found. Jill Binder is a tech speaker in this area and hosts these workshops, and so we've been trying to do this as a way to get. Now the theory is like this will allow us to get more new voices, and if we have new voices, especially, it gives us a chance to influence, maybe who those new voices are, so we can get some non-white male speakers up there. I mean, for me, it's simply important because I think it matters to see. I think it matters for a person to see themselves represented when they are consuming the messaging coming out of a company. So, I have to believe that if it's nothing but all white males talking about a subject, it's a little bit less likely that that literally anyone else would feel sort of just as welcome there, or identify with that, and that's why I'm really I'm thankful that Sherry's been championing this. And always gives voice to this at meetings inside Adobe. And Adobe itself, as a company, has an entire department around D&I, and and then in this moment, like with the momentum and with the awakenings that I'm seeing, if we do our work, make the effort, and keep this momentum going, then we get to see, we get to realize these changes as they happen. But the reality is, these are slow moving things. This is not like we're gonna pull in the latest release with our dependency manager. We're going to we're going to make these changes, and they're hard changes. They're uncomfortable changes for some people. And the effects we will see. I mean, so the people that the voices that we see now, those are outcomes of effects that were being, put into place, things that were happening years ago. And so we'll see this kind of working generationally. But we have the moral imperative to do it. We've always had the moral imperative to do it. It's just, in this moment where things are really starting to click. A lot of this is, I'm speaking from my own personal experience and viewpoint in this moment. Others, I don't know to what degree other people feel the same, but I know one of the things that I'm doing these days is I'm seeking out like Black engineering voices, like software engineering voices, and like paying attention. I'm adding them. I'm following them on Twitter. I'm like retweeting them as often as I can. Basically, I'm just trying to give more visibility and hoping that more people basically are discovering these voices. And that's one of many, many things that I've seen suggested that people can do, both to just to have more awareness of things that are happening in real time, but then also being able to, I have 10,000 followers on Twitter. This is a chance for me to give even further amplification to some of these voices, and actually, if you go on my Twitter profile, I think a lot of the people that I've followed in the last, certainly the last few weeks, but then starting last year, I was making an effort, and you can find some interesting voices there.
I think one of the nice things about speaking about this now and paying attention to it now, as you've mentioned, is that there are others that are speaking about it, and there are resources that are being raised and given vision. So things that probably resources that you may not have been able to, or I may not have been able to craft a request to Google to find, is being raised by various groups on Twitter. And I see this specifically in the InfoSec community, where a lot more work, they're way ahead of us right now on this thing. A lot of work of raising voices who probably have not been heard in the past, or raising concerns that probably have not been highlighted in the past, are coming to the forefront. I've been looking to see if I could find similar parallels within the Magento world, but there's only so many hours in the day, and it's summer.
It's incredibly hard to change people's behaviors, right? I mean, that's also a bit of my work field, and a lot of confirmation bias in what we do, and in the very narrow field of application that I do this with user research, it's incredible to see when you have people going through a website and then having those people that own that website or build the website see someone using their website and being completely, often getting mad on that user about how they're using their their websites, and no, it's not done that way, or you shouldn't use it that way. No, you should click there, and it's really hard for people to imagine another way of doing something or having a different background, different approach to something, and it's really hard to change their mind sometimes. And these studies that I do, they help a bit in trying to change people's opinion about, okay, maybe we should use different ways of approach. Maybe we should cater to a different audience, and it doesn't always work. I also know from a research company in the Netherlands, they sourced for their user research, they source the average Dutch person, and for National Telecom, that's important, right? You have millions of users, so it's important to have the average Dutch user sitting there using your website, because that's your customer. And then those people reviewing building the website and reviewing those user interviews, saying, well, you got all these stupid people. Why are so many of those? But they're not stupid. That's the average. That's your customer, and that's incredible to witness and sometimes horrifying. But that's the bubble that a lot of us live in, and me too. I'm not definitely not exempt from that. That we all have to put ourselves out there and try to get those different opinions and different experience in there, and try to connect with those somehow, and try to get out of our bubble sometimes to experience that, and that's hard. It's hard to do.
Yeah,
It takes
definitely.
effort.
For a lot of people, and I've been doing a lot of just kind of examinations on Facebook. So probably not the right audience to be just kind of examining. Looks like we lost Telesh again. Should I bring the picture back up? Should I bring the Telesh picture? His camera went back out. Here, let's see if I can find my mouse
This is a
here.
nice green screen effect.
Yeah, he's got a strobe effect going there. Here. I don't know if he can
No, it's
hear us, but look, there he is, right there. Boom.
There he is.
Hey, he'll have to hit me up when he comes back because I don't know if I'll be able to see if we could see him move a little bit before. But anyway, let's see, what was I talking? Oh, Facebook. The problem, just kind of examining a lot of the people that I grew up with or have known, from my youth that are on Facebook. It's really easy to get in your own bubble. Like, it's really easy to find that echo chamber. And we're not even talking about just, the current state of the world or Black Lives Matter or anything like that. Like, just in general, in regards to anything, any thought you might have, it is just way too easy in the internet age to just find a bubble of other people that reinforce that. So, as a group of people who are creating technology, what is our responsibility? What is Facebook's responsibility? What is Magento's responsibility to try to break those bubbles? Now, we're getting deep. We're getting way away from Magento one end of life, but
well, I think you can. Again, I think you could tie it together because it's how we're obviously being forced to move forward. I'm not saying that Magento 1 won't continue to be topic of conversation, but it's just I think I see a lot of people who could do with some remediation, and I'm sure I could stand to learn more about logical fallacies, about learning to recognize confirmation bias. I mean, the problem is it's just it comes back to the word that we were talking about earlier. It's just you have to be intentional, and being intent, like you have to constantly admit, like, yes, no matter how good I get at anything, I'm going to be experiencing, engaging in confirmation bias. It's just a matter of what degree or what degree I do it and how quickly I recognize it and check it. I think for people, it might start with not really being familiar. Then you're familiar, and then you don't even care to do anything about it. And then maybe you start to care to do something about it, and you don't see it though until someone else is pointing it out to you. And then maybe you start to get good at, like, maybe I won't speak up quite so quickly. I'm going to pause for a moment, and I'm going to think about what I'm about to say. And that advice works also for, I think for thinking through issues of cultural appropriation, racism. I mean, I stopped myself earlier. I actually caught myself, saying, like, low man on the totem pole. And I was like, what, I don't, it's a known cliche in English. It's an unnecessary thing to use. I can express the same thing differently without relying on this. And now, and you see the resistance to this kind of thinking is all over social media. So if that same process, if I call that out on Facebook, someone might come in and say, well, fine, I guess you've just solved racism. Like, well, that's the thing. Like, when you see that's someone being uncomfortable, and and intention and being intentful in these moments is going to give some. If you're doing it right, probably it's going to be some discomfort, but that's okay. Like the discomfort that that I might be experiencing in this moment is it doesn't even register on the larger scale that of discomfort that some people deal with for generations. So intent, just be intentional.
Yep.
I need to go get dinner soon.
Yeah,
Speaking of intentions.
Let's just call it. I've been going for like 4 hours and 45 minutes. We've been live streaming. I have been live streaming. Talesh was on for most of it. You guys have been on. Wait, Ben joined at like 1. Was that right? So
2.
about 3
2.
or 2 Eastern. 2 Eastern.
Yeah,
so,
2 Eastern.
It's almost
So
midnight here.
yeah, I think I'm just going to call that a stream. I appreciate everybody who joined. It was a good time. I'm going to go
Thousands
try.
of you.
I'm going to go try to tell my wife that I did not buy a bunch of liquor bottles today. I've got to figure out how to. I need to store. Y'all, if y'all have any ideas, post them in the chat on how to explain to her that I did not buy a bunch of liquor bottles today or didn't spend very much. Open to your suggestions. I appreciate. We had a great stream. The chat was extremely active. We had 35 to 40 people watching most of the stream until right at the end there, which is fantastic. I don't have any streams planned over the next couple of weeks, but I'm sure we'll come up with some topics. We'll break something out impromptu. If you have any topics in particular, apparently I need to do a work area stream. So
I was just going to say I do work area stream.
Yeah, we need to do a work area stream. So hit me up. I don't have anything planned, so let's get that going.
I do have one
you got,
very
Peter?
important last thing for our audience, which is
now
great! Now you just demonetized the stream.
Yeah. Hey, I literally just got monetization last week. So if anybody saw, if you saw an ad, I think there's like a donate button or something, but don't worry about that. If you saw an ad before you watched the stream, like if you clicked over on the stream, like I don't know if I set the stream up to be monetized, but the videos are now. But I made like $70 my first week, and that adds to the studio budget. So it's wonderful. Allows me to buy more junk, more Corrado parts or something. Do what?
Yeah, Jill will be thrilled. That's what Peter said.
Like it paid for this liquor bottle right here.
Nice.
With ad money. So, all right, guys, I appreciate everybody joining. And like I said, we're going to do a work area stream. I've got some videos coming out later this week on why you should choose BigCommerce or why you should choose Magento. That's going to be some fun content. I'm sure I'm going to get some flack from all these Magento supporters, I guess is the appropriate
Now, the more the merrier.
So, anyway, we'll catch all y'all later.
See you, bud. Bye, everyone. Bye, Talesh.
bye.